Good morning and welcome to the second meeting of the Nevada Silver-Haired Legislative Forum for the 25-26 interim. First, we will call the roll. For those members attending virtually, please turn on your cameras and respond when you hear your name. Madam Secretary, please call the roll. If a member is not present, please record that member as present when he or she arrives. The Secretary will now call the roll.
Ms. Darden? Ms. Martinez?
Here.
Mr. Fulmar? Mr. Silberkraus? Ms. Johnson? Mr. Linden?
Here.
Ms. Laura Levitt?
Here.
Ms. Bongiorno? Mr.
Here.
Slaughter? Mr. Thorne?
Present.
Mr. Smith?
Present.
Ms. Daniels? Dr. Schonkweiler?
Here.
Ms. Doyle?
Here.
Ms. Coffrin? Mr. Troth?
Present.
Ms. McAdoo?
Present.
Ms. Peggy Levitt? President Jordan?
Present. At this time, we'd like to welcome our members of the audience in Carson City, Las Vegas, and those joining us online. During today's meeting, we will hear from presenters who will provide us with information about housing supply and demand in Nevada, policies, considerations to improve affordable housing, and various programs and resources related to affordable housing. Finally, we will also hear reports from our facilitators and discuss future agenda items. At this time, I would like to thank each of our forum members for joining us today. I noted that several of our members are experiencing some health issues and are not able to participate. We wish for them a very speedy recovery. I would also like to take this opportunity to extend our thanks and great appreciation to our forum members, Fran Alvarez and Valerie Woods, for their time and service to the forum. They have stepped down as members. At this time, we'd like to welcome Melissa Jimenez, our new research policy assistant to the forum. Ms. Jimenez was not able to join us at our last meeting, but we're happy that she's with us today. We also have a new legal counsel, Mr. Lee Colomé, and we would like to welcome him. He is in Carson City. Our new elected leadership team deserves our thanks and appreciation. I would like to extend my thanks and appreciation to each of them, Mr. Slaughter, Ms. Johnson, and Mr. Smith, for their commitment, collaboration, and support. The forum's primary mission and purpose is to identify and act upon issues of importance to aging persons. So let us begin. I would like to make several housekeeping announcements. First, I would like to remind everyone to please silence all electronic devices while in the hearing room. Members of the public may provide testimony in various ways, all of which are listed on the agenda. We will have a public comment period at the beginning and at the end of the meeting. You may also submit public comment in writing, either in addition to testifying or in lieu of, therefore. If you wish to testify in person, please sign in at the table by the door and leave a business card
Yes,
with the
thank you.
secretary.
Although
When
I'm not
testifying
legally
in
required to
person,
make this
turn the
disclosure, it's already
microphone
public
on to
information,
speak
easily
and
found on the
off when
internet.
you are
I want to
finished,
disclose that
as
in
we have
December of
others listening
2014,
to and viewing
Governor
the
Brian
meeting in
Sandoval
Carson
appointed
City
me
and
as a judge to
online.
preside over the inaugural
Please
Court of
also
Appeals of
state and
Nevada.
spell your name
Thereafter,
for the
in
record.
2017,
Anyone who would like to
Governor
receive
Sandoval swore me in
electronic
as the first
notification
female
of and
Chief Judge of
access
the Court of
to
Appeals of
the
Nevada.
forum's
I do
agendas,
not have a social
meetings, and
relationship,
final
only a
report
professional
can do
relationship,
so
as previously
by
stated.
going to the
Furthermore,
legislature's
I do not have a
website and
pecuniary
following the
interest in the
links.
outcome of this agenda
Most of
item,
our
and I
meeting
do not believe
materials are
that the
available
independence of
online,
judgment of a
but
reasonable
due to
person in my
copyright
position would be
issues,
affected by the
they are
appointment
not
described on
always
the record, and
immediately
therefore I
available.
intend to participate.
All members have
Thank you.
access to hard copies of the materials in your binders on your desk, or you have been sent an electronic version. Members of the public may access exhibits by taking hard copies available at each meeting location, as well as by requesting electronic copies from the Research Library of the Legislative Council. You can find additional information on the legislative website about how to access meeting materials. Our meeting is video conferenced to Carson City. Members may also participate virtually over Zoom. I am asking members on Zoom video call to keep your cameras on and microphones muted until recognized to speak. To ensure orderly flow of discussion, all comments, questions, and responses must go through me. The Zoom video call has a chat feature. However, this feature is only to be used for technical assistance. Any information you wish to share should be stated verbally on the record. Finally, I plan to take a 30-minute break for lunch later in the meeting. Members, please complete the order forms on your desk as soon as possible, and staff will collect them. With that, we will now move on to public comment. Public comment will be limited to 2 minutes per speaker. For members, please keep in mind that public comment is reserved for members of the public. When providing public comment, clearly state and spell your name for the record. We will start with public comment from those in the physical meeting locations and then move to public comment from anyone who has called in. Is there anyone in Carson City who would like to provide public comment?
Yes. Madam Chair? I did. Am I not close enough to the mic? Okay. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the forum. My name is Donna Klontz, spelled C-L-O-N-T-Z. I live in Reno, and I'm a member of the Washoe Senior Coalition, also AARP Nevada's age-friendly program in Reno, and many other senior-related groups. I just wanted to let the whole forum know that the advocates, the senior advocates in the community in Washoe County have gathered together with the Senior Coalition of Washoe County and with the Reno Age Friendly Action Team and also AARP Nevada's advocacy team to learn how your organization works, to learn and follow several other committees during the interim so that we can become more involved to be able to provide insight about the seniors' needs here in the state of Nevada, to provide potential bill recommendations, and to testify in front of the committees when we have information or we know of groups that should come and present to you in the future as you study the situation and do your own reports and make your own recommendations. So we have alerted this group of seniors here in Northern Nevada to your meetings, to the meetings of the Legislative Committee on Senior Citizens, Veterans, and Adults with Special Needs meetings, the Joint Standing Committee of Health and Human Services, and also the Interim Finance Committee. So those are the 4 interim committees that we are following and going to be involved in. So I left a handout for you folks, and I really appreciate time this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Is there anyone else that would like to speak at this time? Is there anyone in Las Vegas who would like to provide public comment? Then we will move forward. Our staff from the Audiovisual Hearing Unit is short, and they will interact with those calling from the public to comment and help facilitate their participation in the meeting. Seeing that there are no more callers, we will get started with our first. Excuse me. Okay. Say what? Anyone else on the line? I should say that.
Thank you, President Jordan. The public line is open and working, but we have no callers at this time.
Okay, thank you so
Thank
much.
you,
I appreciate that.
Madam Chair. I to echo the comments of my colleagues. I mean, you're
Seeing
really
that there are
beyond reproach.
no other
You
callers
prevented us
available,
federal
we would
judge
like to
even.
start our meeting
And
today.
so it's I'm
Agenda
sure it is
item
full-
number
full
3
circle for
is
you to be here
approval of
today
the
and
minutes
you were
for the
chair of
meeting
this-
on November
of this,
6, 2025.
commission. So it's just
Forum members,
amazing
do you
that
have
this
any
is only your
questions
first time
regarding the
before
minutes?
us. I'm just surprised it took this long for you to get a license. So congratulations. I fully support your.
Again,
Your
are there any
application.
questions regarding
Thank
the
you.
minutes?
Madam Chair, there seems to be some other audio coming in intermittently. I don't know from whom or what the issue is, but it stopped now, but it was during your opening comments, and just as you were talking, somebody saying, I can't believe it took that long to get a license, whatever. So somebody's chatting somewhere. I just wanted to bring it to your attention. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention. We will adjust accordingly. At this time, I will entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the forum meeting on November 6, 2025.
Madam Chairman, I move that we approve the minutes. Roger Troth, District 18.
Thank you, Mr. Troth. Is there a second?
Madam Chair, District
We
1,
have,
second.
we have a second from Mr. Schildkraut?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Schildkraut, thank you very much. Any other discussion? Then let's, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you so much. The motion carries. We will now move to our first presentation. Agenda item 4, the overview of housing affordability in Nevada and related policy considerations. This morning, we have the pleasure of having Jill Tolis, Executive Director of Kenny Gwynn Center for Policy Priorities, and Mr. Michael Stewart, Research Director for Kenny Gwynn Center for Policy Priorities. At this point in the meeting, we will have them present. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of this esteemed forum. Reading about your work and observing your influence over the years, I think I've just decided that it's one of my life goals to serve on this forum. Thank you very much for what you do. My name is Jill Tolles, for the record. I am the Executive Director of the Kenny Gwynn Center for Policy Priorities, and I am joined by my co-presenter in Carson City, Michael Stewart, our Research Director. May be familiar to some of you. He was the former research director for the Legislative Council Bureau. And I wanted to, if we can, start the presentation, share just a little bit about the Gwynn Center. And are you able to see the presentation?
Madam Chair,
I recognize Ms. Bordrando.
Madam Chair, we cannot see it. I'm on Zoom.
Madam
Ms.
Chair,
Bordona,
we in
could
the
you
north also
please-
cannot
We
see
can't
it.
hear you. Ms. Bordona, we can't hear you.
Madam Chair,
you
can you
repeat?
hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, no, we cannot see. And every now and then intermittently, as the gentleman stated before, we're getting an audio from somewhere else.
Okay. Uh, Please note that the staff is working on trying to adjust that problem. So please hang on. We're doing our best. Let us please continue. And if you could speak up just a little bit more so everyone can hear you, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely. And we're happy to wait until the visuals come up if you'd like, because there are some charts that we'll be referring to that the committee might want to see.
Madam
Is there
Chair,
anyone else that's having difficulty?
yes, Madam Chair, this is Mr. Smith in the north. We also don't have that as available.
I apologize, but I am not in charge of this, so we are trying to do our best to get it moved forward. So let us start and see if you hear anything else. Jill, thank you.
Thank you. So once again, for the record, I'm Jill Tolles. I'm the Executive Director of the Kenny Gwynn Center for Policy Priorities. For any of you who are not familiar with our organization, we started in 2014, and we are a nonpartisan, statewide, independent, and data-driven policy research center. We are affiliated with the University of Nevada, Reno. We also have partnerships with Boyd Law School and UNLV to conduct our work, and subject matter experts across the state. So I'm here to tell you just a little bit more. I already got a chance to introduce myself and my co-presenter, Michael, just a little bit of background on myself. I did serve in the Nevada Legislature as an Assembly representative for District 25 for 3 terms from 2017 through 2021. And I wanted to share just a little bit about the background of the center. We study economic and fiscal policy, education policy. Fantastic. Thank you. Perfect. And you can go to the next slide. I appreciate the applause too. We've all been there. Did I mention that I served during COVID in 2020 and 21? So I feel the pain of technological difficulties for sure. We were named after Governor Kenny Gwynn, and because he was known for knowing the budget backwards and forwards, for obviously being a champion of education, and then also for his ability to work across the aisle and put policy before partisan politics. In fact, one of my favorite things about the history of the Gwynn Center is it was a prominent Democrat, Tom Gallagher, who suggested we name it after a Republican governor. And we're so proud of our nonpartisan stance on issues and our engagement and credibility across the aisle. We study traditionally or historically, we've studied 5 different areas of research: economic and fiscal policy, education policy, health and social policy, governance and elections. And in the past, we've studied natural resources and land. We are hoping to expand back into that space soon. And I think we're on automatic. We're on automatic forward. So hopefully nobody gets too dizzy on roller coaster rides. So one of the projects that we worked on over the last interim was housing affordability in Nevada, an economic analysis and policy considerations. We were so proud of this work. Once again, it was requested by our Republican governor. It was approved by our Democrat majority legislature. And in the hearings, when we talked about housing affordability, both Democrats and Republicans cited research from this study. And interestingly enough, both supporters and opponents cited the research in the study. And that really does show what we're here for. We're not here to take one side or the other. We're here to lay out all the relevant facts and information so that at least people can come and have substantive policy discussion about how to move forward based on a set of facts before them. And we did not do this work alone. As I mentioned, we do this in partnership with experts across the state. So the research team consisted of Meredith Levine with the Gwynn Center and Nick Irwin from the UNLV Lead Center of Real Estate, Shane Phillips from UCLA's Lewis Center for Regional Policy Studies, Michael Stewart, who you're going to hear from in just a moment, Todd Butterworth, one of our senior policy analysts, Robin Evans, our GIS specialist, Kim Guanasso, our legal expert at the Gwynn Center, and Stephen Jameson, our extern from Boyd Law School. As I mentioned, it was commissioned by the state of Nevada using ARPA funds. It was conducted over the 2023-2024 legislative interim. It included 53 key informant interviews, including with one of your later presenters from the University of Nevada, Reno's Cooperative Extension, who were great partners on this project. We distributed a 15-question open-ended survey with 28 responses. And then we applied comprehensive quantitative and qualitative analysis of housing affordability in Nevada, engaged in a policy landscape analysis, looking at policies in similar jurisdictions and in other states across the nation, and offered 17 evidence-based policy options, including pros and cons of each option as the decision makers deliberated, and strategies. It was peer reviewed by 9 subject matter experts from diverse perspectives, which is something that we hold dear at the Gwynn Center to ensure that even if people don't necessarily like what the data shows, that everyone, regardless of their expertise, their background, or their interests, can verify that the data is accurate and trustworthy. So today we're going to talk a little bit about the state of housing in Nevada, Nevada's housing affordability challenge, looking at both barriers and drivers, policy considerations and actionable solutions, and we'll open up some time for Q&A if this committee allows. So I just want to share a high-level overview of the key findings, which is that nearly half of Nevada's renters are excessively cost-burdened. Let me just repeat that. Nearly half of Nevada's renters are excessively cost burdened, meaning that over 33% of their income goes to pay for housing alone. Extremely low income households have fewer affordable units available than in any other state. I will also note, although not on the slide, that over 25% of homeowners are also excessively cost burdened. The state's income growth has lagged far behind housing costs, even in counties with the highest income growth. Nevada has lost a considerable amount of skilled construction labor and is not well positioned to recover it. Cities in Clark County are lagging in the construction of multifamily housing, and zoning requirements are one of the options that could be changed to encourage alternative developments. I'd also like to note that the report does an excellent job of going over the history of the state of Nevada and our population growth. So Nevada was the #1 fastest growing state in the nation for 70 consecutive years up until 2010, and it has remained at the top or near the top ever since. And that increased demand has not been matched with increased supply, leading to the situation that we're in with excessive cost burdens. So with that, I'd like to pass the baton to our research director, Michael Stewart, who will share with you some additional findings about the specifics of that analysis. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jill. And good morning, members of the forum and President and Dr. Jordan. It's good to see all of you. As Jill mentioned, I was an employee with the Legislative Council Bureau for over 25 years, and usually I was on your side, sitting with the chair. So this is kind of neat to be on this side presenting. And as a little bit of history too, I also staffed this forum in 2018 for a little bit. So it's great to see a lot of you again and meet new faces. In my role at the Gwynn Center for Policy Priorities, I am the research director, and I'm so proud to work with a wonderful team of researchers, analysts, university partners, and I want to stress the partnerships here because one of our key researchers on this was Dr. Nicholas Irwin from the UNLV's Leeds School of Real Estate, as Jill mentioned. And he was instrumental in doing a lot of this heavy work, and unfortunately couldn't be here today. So I'm sort of wearing Dr. Irwin's hat for these slides. And just want to say that this housing affordability study is so timely, and we've had a lot of positive
Chair.
response from it.
I just had a couple, and thank you for being here. And
I'm going to stand by one sec.
your
We've got some
resume
audio
is
piping
so
in into
impressive,
the room up
obviously.
here. So maybe
I
I'll
was
hold
just
until
curious
that
when
audio
I read
comes
the
off. Is that
investigative
okay?
material as
Okay.
to what your testimony was about with the Nevada Legislature in 2017. There were some hearings on some actions taken by, at the time, Attorney General Laxalt, and I guess you were testifying
Perhaps
on
we should
behalf of
call
that.
a minute
I
or
was
two
just curious, they
recess so
didn't
they can
expand on
fix
it,
the
and
problem.
I
So
was
if
wondering what
everybody
that was
would
about.
just hang on for a few minutes, we will get this back operational fixed and moving forward. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Since this is taking a few minutes, if anybody wants to stand up and stretch their legs or get some water or do something, please do. We're in recess mode, and that's only because it doesn't make sense for us to continue if everyone can't hear and participate. So please understand, we're doing our best.
Has that happened? Has that happened at all?
Bradley, if you can hear me at the station, we are going to do a quick sound check. You do not have to check your streams, but this is going out live to the internet. And we're going to do this sound check with me in Carson City and a different room in Las Vegas and AVH techs on the webinar. And we are going to hold for a moment while we get the other Las Vegas room connected. Bradley, you can give me a zoom in when you're ready to test. All right, we're going to check here. If I could get quiet in the Carson City room, please. Thank you very much. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Passing to America and Kim.
You are sounding great to the Zoom. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Passing to my co-host.
Thank you. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Passing to Las Vegas.
You guys both sound good here. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. How do we sound?
Everything in Carson City sounds great. Can I confirm that we are not getting any bonus unauthorized audio to the Zoom or to Las Vegas right now? Las Vegas is giving me the thumbs up. America and Kim, is that a thumbs up? Okay, awesome. Everybody, please continue holding. Thank you very much for your patience. We'll be right back with you.
Please let me extend my thanks and appreciation to everybody for their patience and understanding. Again, this was an audio-visual mishap, so we're fixed and ready to go. At this time, we would like to hear from Mr. Stewart again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the reconnection. And again, for the record, my name is Michael Stewart. I'm the Research Director with the Gwynn Center for Policy Priorities. And I don't know if you can see the slides back up, but I can continue from our current slide. There we go. Thank you. So before I start with some really interesting charts and graphs, I just kind of want to highlight that the Gwynn Center's housing affordability study examined the economic and demographic factors shaping Nevada's housing market. And we did this by analyzing data from the Census Bureau, the American Community Survey, and many other sources. And we identified trends and challenges affecting housing accessibility. And of course, we knew going in that housing affordability has been at an all-time, or I should say unaffordability, has been an all-time high in recent years. And there's been a clear shortage of available homes. The effects on families and seniors are significant, and there are notable impacts on the workforce and the broader economy. And so as part of this study, we conducted extensive stakeholder engagement, as Executive Director Tolles mentioned, and we did this through surveys and interviews. And the stakeholders with whom we engaged included government representatives, housing authorities, housing advocacy organizations, business and industry, including economic development, academia, and subject matter experts, as well as trade groups and many others. And each of these groups really provided a unique perspective on the affordability challenges in Nevada. And they really revealed a number of notable challenges and barriers, and those were covered in our report. And I will highlight in the upcoming slides many of those factors. We also conducted a policy landscape scan, evaluating what other jurisdictions are doing in the housing space. And then finally, the study's primary goal was to provide actionable insights to support informed policymaking. And we highlight those recommendations as well. And I'll do that at the close of our presentation. So I wanted to, and maybe before I start, I just want to confirm, I'm not seeing Las Vegas on the screen. I just want to confirm that you all can see and hear me.
Yes, I can see you.
Okay, thank you. All right, sounds good. So I want to showcase this next slide, and this talks about a few other interesting charts and graphs that paint the picture of the rental market and its impact on renters in Nevada. This first chart shows how median household incomes and rental costs in Nevada has changed over the 12-year period that we studied from 2011 to 2023. And even a couple years after we pulled this data, this trend does continue. So while household incomes have increased modestly, the cost of renting has risen significantly faster. And this disparity highlights the growing financial strain on renters across the state. This next slide is one of my favorites to really paint a picture of the rental situation in Nevada, and it describes. It basically compares the median wages of Nevada's most common occupations, such as retail workers and food service employees, with the income needed to afford 1 or 2 bedroom apartments at fair market rates. And as you can see, of the top 5 occupations in Nevada, only the average income of those employed in the management sector is enough to reasonably afford a 1 or 2 bedroom rental unit on a single income. So this gap illustrates the affordability challenges faced by working families and really highlights the difficulty of finding adequate housing for low to moderate income individuals. This next chart, highlighting the number of affordable and available rental homes per 100 extremely low-income renter households, it shows this availability of rental incomes of these units. And these extremely low-income households, which are defined as having incomes at or below the poverty level or 30% of the area median income in Nevada compared to other states. And as you can see, Nevada has one of the largest gaps, with fewer than 20 affordable available units per 100 households. And this graph is also an interesting look at rent versus vacancy rates. It tracks the trend in median rent costs and rental vacancy rates over time. And the yellow line that you can see represents median gross rent, while the purple line shows the rental vacancy rate. So lower vacancy rates often correspond to higher rents, as limited supply drives up competition for available units. Understanding the supply-demand imbalance is key to improving affordability. Our report features a lot of wonderful maps. Maybe the message that shows is maybe sometimes a little concerning, but the maps tell an interesting story. And we have a few maps in our report about cost burden. And so, as you know, income correlates directly with cost burdens experienced by renters and owners. And this map shows the percentage of renters in each state who spend more than 35% of their income on rent. This is a threshold known as being cost burdened. Nevada has one of the highest percentages of cost burdened renters and is second in the nation behind Florida and behind California, and reflecting the state's affordability challenges. So now turning from renters to homes and home ownership. Here we compare the median household income with Nevada's house price index over time. And while incomes have increased over time, housing prices have risen more sharply. This trend has made homeownership increasingly difficult for many families, especially for first-time homebuyers and younger households who may struggle to afford down payments or to secure mortgages. At the same time, we thought it was important to look at the home vacancy rate as well, which you can see from this chart has dropped. So it tracks trends in home vacancy rates over this course of time. And Nevada's market conditions, population growth, and economic factors have affected housing availability. And as you can see, vacancy rates have declined at the same time as population growth and demand for housing has outpaced the available supply, which does further strain affordability. Another one of our maps shows excessively cost-burdened by homeowners in the state. And while fewer homeowners face affordability challenges, maybe compared to renters, the rising cost of homeownership still presents financial pressures, particularly for those with fixed or moderate income. And Nevada ranks 6th in the nation in cost-burdened homeowners and 2nd in the West, right behind California. We also took a look at housing stock and the type of housing that's out there and available. And we see that the comparison of Nevada's housing stock is dominated by single-family homes. Diversifying the housing stock to include more multifamily and mixed-use developments could help address affordability challenges, particularly in urban areas. And this was one of the recommendations in the report as well. One of the interesting findings that we discovered was when looking at zoning. And in particular, single-family zoning versus multifamily zoning, both in Las Vegas area and also in the Reno-Sparks area. So the two maps, or the two slides I'm about to show you, really illustrate zoning patterns in these two major urban areas. Single-family zoning remains prominent, as you can see on the left side, and which can limit the development of higher density housing that could alleviate affordability pressures. And you can see the difference between those zoning patterns in single family and multifamily zoning in both Las Vegas on this slide and the Reno-Sparks area on this side. So increasing opportunities for higher density housing may provide affordable options. And as you can see in these maps, the Reno-Sparks area has a little bit more designated areas as multifamily proportionally than the Las Vegas area. And finally, this may relate to zoning considerations, and we have seen not as much change in Nevada in the type of housing being permitted for new construction. So the ratio of unit types, single family versus multifamily, has remained relatively consistent over the years. The study also looked at other data considerations, and in the interest of time, I can't go through all of them, but it does summarize additional factors shaping Nevada's housing market, including ongoing supply and demand challenges, increasing construction costs, land availability, and infrastructure limitations. Housing inventory in cities like Las Vegas and Reno remain constrained, and the state's housing stock is aging, requiring significant upkeep. And in fact, the vast majority of our overall housing are those structures built between 25 and 45 years ago. And this highlights the need for maintenance, renovation, or replacement to meet current standards and demand. Moreover, housing affordability challenges have moved up the income scale, meaning that those traditionally considered middle income are experiencing increasing affordability challenges. Finally, workforce shortages in the construction industry can also limit housing development, and while population growth and migration trends continue to drive demand. We have a chart in the report, I don't have it here, but actually shows construction workforce really has not recovered in Nevada since the Great Recession some 18 years ago. So when we put all this together, we came up with a number of policy options and considerations for our lawmakers and other interested policymakers at the local level. We grouped these into 6 categories and came up with about 17 recommendations in these broad categories. And they relate to collaborating with Nevada's congressional delegation, funding a statewide land inventory, and considering the redevelopment of abandoned properties. Under zoning, we've looked at, we had some recommendations concerning incentivizing zoning reform, allowing for missing middle construction through upzoning, reducing parking requirements, reducing the minimum lot sizes, and encouraging the development and construction of accessory dwelling units. For permitting, there was a recommendation to encourage the streamlining and expediting of the permitting process. And under resource adequacy, looking at a rural workforce housing initiative, instituting a middle income housing tax credit, expanding affordable housing trust fund, increasing transferable tax credits, and reducing impact fees. I mentioned construction costs as well, so there's a recommendation in there for policymakers to bolster Nevada's construction workforce. And then potential demand-side interventions included creating statewide intentional landlord engagement programs and to work to increase Nevada's share of housing vouchers. So this report received some wide distribution, and we were pleased to have some of these recommendations included in AB 540, which was Governor Lombardo's primary housing affordability legislation. And I just want to point out that this study received support from both sides of the aisle. And that is important for the Gwynn Center with our nonpartisan approach to our work. We were pleased that some of these recommendations ended up in Assembly Bill 540, and they did cover about 4 of those recommendations that I talked about, particularly with regard to middle income qualifications and talking about those tiers of income and income limits, and did provide some permitting incentives for affordable housing, and calling for the expedited review and approval of certain housing projects. And then finally, AB 540, among many other things, by the way, addressed construction workforce and reciprocal licensing and streamlining. And this was particularly helpful in Nevada's rural areas. And so there are obviously other recommendations that are still, ripe for action by the legislature. We hope that they are able to act upon those and maybe take a look at them and see if they're appropriate for the deliberations. So I just wanted to kind of leave it at that, showcase our housing affordability study. The report is online. Like I said, it's been widely distributed, and we've had some very positive responses to the study. So, and I know you're going to get deeper and more granular in the data and statistics from your presenters later on today. And I know you have housing experts and that sort of thing, but I do want to thank you again for the opportunity to present this report, and then certainly offer to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. At this time, we will take questions from forum members.
Frank Slaughter, District 11. One of the questions I have is, how is Nevada closing the long-term housing supply gap?
That's one of the things that we were sort of presenting as policy considerations for the legislature. We know that Nevada's housing challenges are structural, and we know that there are folks who are rent burden and cost burden. And so supply is something that is one thing that we sort of studied, and we know that there's a supply issue, particularly at lower income levels. And we estimate a shortage of over 113,000 affordable units for low and very low income housing. And so a lot of it comes down to prices as well, and increased housing increases. The prices have at least 2.5 times faster than income growth. And so I think it really comes down to some policy action, maybe at the local level, as well as the state level, to sort of address those issues. And I know that I think some of your other presenters will also kind of talk about the supply and demand issue as well.
Excuse me if my questions are a little bit redundant. And my last two questions are, what impact do investor-driven rent increases have on seniors, since we're talking about seniors?
Excellent question. That actually was outside of the scope of our study. We did not actually talk about and cover the investor-driven, I guess, purchasing of homes. We have had requests to study that, but it hasn't been part of that wasn't the scope of our study, but we know that that is an issue. So.
Madam Chair?
We recognize Ms. Bourgeono.
Thank you. Ms. Bongiorno, District 10, retired real estate broker. I find that if it's not true, that we have certain corporations that come into town, for example, BlackRock, under various alias names, and they're purchasing property. I think the statistic is 25% of all the property in Clark County is investor owned. And being that situation, they are able oftentimes to control the rent. Is that not control? Is that not true?
Thank you for the record, Michael Stewart. Again, it was a little bit outside of our scope. We didn't look at investor-owned properties, so it's hard for us to sort of make conclusions on that impact on rents. But I would suppose that those owners would be able to control the rents, and I'm not sure if maybe other people later on can kind of talk about that. But unfortunately, we did not explore that particular issue. And like I said, it's been talked about since the release of our report a lot on this investor-owned issue that we're seeing right now in the housing market. So,
Madam Chair, if I may follow up.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I had a question about, could you talk a little bit about the ADUs, additional dwelling units, how they impact housing and how they impact zoning? Because I've heard they've been kind of controversial.
Who's speaking?
yes, thank you. And I think Executive Director Tolles was going to finish up an answer as well. Go ahead, Jill.
Thank you. If I can just add on to the last question, the answer to the last question, please, Madam Chair. This is Jill Tolles, for the record, from the Kenny Gwynn Center for Policy Priorities. We partnered with UNLV's Lead School of Real Estate, and Dr. Nick Irwin, wasn't able to present with us today. However, I do want to point to one of their more recent reports identifying the number of investor-owned real estate, particularly in Clark County, and that there has been subsequent interest in potentially partnering to dive into that study from a policy lens. If we do, we will most certainly pass that information along to you.
Thank you. Were there any other questions?
And Chair Jordan, if I could maybe address Forum Member Doyle's question about, I think you asked about ADUs. And their
Yes, I
impact.
asked about ADUs,
Yeah.
their impact on the whole housing situation.
Well, we know that it was one of our recommendations actually was to encourage the, I guess, the development further of ADUs. We know that ADUs and other things like duplexes and those sort of things provide flexibility in housing and offer sometimes smaller units. So from a senior perspective, that's something that sort of encourages multi-generational living. And ADUs and duplexes are talked about a little bit in our report. And there could be some zoning and permitting issues that probably local governments need to address to bring those to the forefront.
Thank you, Ms. Doyle. Are there any other questions? This is Marilyn Jordan from District 9. I have a question to Mr. Stewart. Please tell me how we're doing with the creation of a statewide landlord engagement program. Thank you.
The legislature did not address that. We know as part of their housing packages that I'm aware of this last session, we do know that there was a program in Clark County, I believe, that had looked into that, and so I'd have to defer, and we can look into that and get back to you if you'd like.
Thank you very much. I'd appreciate that.
Madam Chair?
Any other questions?
Yes, Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Can you identify yourself, please?
Donna Darden, District 1.
Thank you so much. Yes, please ask your question.
My question is, when we talk about ADUs, does that also include the tiny homes projects?
This is Michael Stewart for the record. That's a good question. I am not sure how the tiny homes and ADUs mesh together, so we could look into that and get back to you if you'd like. So,
Please.
Excellent. Yes, we'd be happy to. Thanks.
Thank you once again. Do we have any other questions? Ms. Darden? At this time, I would like to take real pleasure in thanking Mr. Stewart and Ms. Tolles for their patience and their presentation. We are moving along, but we certainly appreciated your coming this morning and providing us with some excellent information. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
At this time, we will address agenda item number 5, the presentation on the Nevada Housing Coalition and its services, challenges with affordable housing in Nevada, and policy considerations. We want to welcome Mr. Page and Marcy Cuppersmith. Thank you. Please begin.
I believe Maurice was going to go first, so.
Yes, good morning. I'm going to set up the presentation and then I'll go ahead and get started.
Let me just say this. You had the patience to wait. We have the patience to wait.
Okay, thank you very much. May I get some assistance with the presentation to get it up on the screen, or is it already being shown? Is it showing? Oh, okay. right, excellent. Thank you very much. Good morning, Chair Jordan, members of the committee. Thank you for allowing us to present today. For the record, my name is Maurice Page. I'm the Executive Director for the Nevada Housing Coalition. Today, well, first, let me talk about the Nevada Housing Coalition and who we are. We are a state-based, member-based nonprofit organization. Our mission is very simple, is to promote the development and preservation of affordable housing for all residents through collaboration, education, and advocacy. Our vision is simple, but yet powerful as well. In Nevada, we want to share or have a Nevada where everyone has access to a safe and affordable place to call home. We work alongside partners across sectors, including policymakers, developers, service providers, community leaders, to advance housing solutions that are practical, sustainable, and equitable. All right. We're all good? Nope.
Sorry, just full screen.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you. All right, one of the most important challenges, and let me back up by saying that today's information, because you have some of the subject matter experts across the state that are presenting today, and you'll be able to see some of the information that will overlap, but you will also be able to see where we bridged and helped transform suggestions into policy and into bottom line results for inventory throughout the state of Nevada. And so this is what collaboration is all about. This is what the coalition does. I consider that the coalition is the voice around affordable and attainable housing. We have represented and been able to advocate for over $600 million that has gone towards the development and preservation of affordable housing over the last few years. So our voice matters. We fight for the people. We are the ones that takes the issues to our legislative leaders and to our local leaders to get results done. This next slide, and I just want to kind of give you a vision and an overlap of what we're dealing with as a state. One of the most important challenges that we face is funding. Nevada receives among the lowest levels of federal grant funding despite having some of the highest levels of housing needs. This funding gap has real consequences. It means state and local governments, tribes, and nonprofits have fewer resources available for housing programs, support services, and development projects. In federal fiscal year 2022, Nevada received about $800 less per person than the national average. Nevada ranked in the bottom 20% in 5 of the 10 largest federal funding categories. This structural underinvestment makes it more difficult to address affordability challenges and keep pace with population growth. The Gwynn Center and Ms. Tolles and Mr. Stewart talked a little bit about the lack of affordable housing. This graph right here shows you what the National Low Income Coalition prescribes to the state, or gives an inventory of all states every year. Just last year, you will see here that renter households that are extremely low income is 19% of the state in the state of Nevada. The average income for a 4-person extremely low income household is $30,000. We are short roughly almost 78,000 units. And the annual household income needed to afford a 2-bedroom rental home at HUD's fair market rent is $64,000, which is incredible. When we look at the numbers, in particular, the average income for a 4-person, 2-bedroom household at being at $30,000, that is when we really talk about not only our low-income wage earners, but also our seniors. Right? They are on a fixed income. Their incomes are being slashed almost 50 to 60% after they enter retirement. And so it makes it a struggle for them to be able to maintain stability in their households. This is where the voice of the coalition comes in, and we advocate on your behalf. Finally, 86% of extremely low income renter households are severe cost burden. Now, let's look at some trends throughout the state. Again, the Gwynn Center talked to you a little bit about the overview of the state. I'm going to break it down to Southern and Northern Nevada. When we talk about rental affordability in Southern Nevada, data from the National Housing Conference shows how difficult it can be for working households to afford rent. Many residents work multiple jobs or significantly more than full-time hours just to afford modest housing. This demonstrates how wages and housing costs are increasingly out of alignment, placing financial strain on households and increasing housing instability. So what you see here in front of you is the need to afford just a studio apartment is $48,000. When you look at the essential workers that is to your right, to my right, to your left of the screen, where you have your child, family, and social school workers, they're making just $53,000. You have your retail sales, hotel, motel, making an average of about $31,000, $32,000, with your highest being your general and operation managers at $84,000. Now, when you look at this, you'll see that just with these incomes, an individual is one emergency situation away from missing their rent. If they have children and they're paying for daycare, that is now also a cost burden. And with the overall affordability, when you're looking at groceries, gas, and other action items that has risen over the last few years, folks are truly strapped for cash when it comes to making sure that their payments are their bills are paid on an on-time, day-to-day basis. When you look at home ownership, it is also becoming more challenging. Even households with stable incomes are finding it harder to enter the housing market due to rising home prices and limited inventory. For many families, the pathway to home ownership, which has traditionally been a key driver of financial stability and generational wealth, has become less accessible. Now, Redfin just reported that in Southern Nevada alone, a person must be making at a minimum of $111,000 just to afford a single family residence. When you look at this screen, you'll show that the annual income needed to just put a 10% down payment down is $143,000. To be able to put down 3% down payment, it is $153,000. And again, when you look at these standard incomes throughout the state, as a state, we do make at an average of $76,000. But when you break it down into industries, we are not catching up to where wages are climbing or keeping in reach of home ownership. And so that makes it a struggle for all individuals who are looking to seek home ownership and to acquire that generational wealth. In particular, you're looking at your younger generation of workers that are coming into the workplace. They feel as though home ownership is out of reach for them. Simply because the wages do not keep up with the housing prices, and for them, it is too much of a burden. Consequently, when you look at seniors and when they're being priced out of the market as well, it makes it extremely hard for them if they would like to help invest or work with their children or grandchildren to be able to make sure that they're making wise investments because they're strapped for cash and they have to make sure they're protecting their own finances. When we look at Washoe County is also experiencing significant housing cost increases. Both renters and prospective home buyers are facing rising prices and limited availability as well. This shows that housing affordability is a statewide issue requiring coordinated solutions across regions. Rural communities are seeing their population grow, and they do not have the housing supply to support the growth as well. Now, I've kind of been the bearer of bad news, right? And showing you where we are at. But let's talk about some of the outcomes that we have been able to accomplish, especially during the previous legislative session. Recent policy efforts have resulted in important wins that help expand housing supply, strengthen stability for renters, and support development across the affordability spectrum. These accomplishments show that what is possible when stakeholders collaborate and focus on practical solutions. So let's give an overview of what happened during the last legislative session. I'm sure many of you keep up with this, but let's break it down a little bit. We had 1,200 bills that was presented, BDRs. We had 63 housing bills which represented 5% of all bills introduced. And out of that 63, 26 bills were passed or signed into law. Let's stop there. 10 years ago, when we was thinking about housing and coming out of the housing recession, we literally still only had 3 housing bills, 3 to 5 housing bills that was put in front of the legislative branch. So in 10 years since 2015, we have gone from having 3 to 5 to having over 60. That is improvement. That is the voice of the coalition and of the residents of the state of Nevada, talking to their legislative leaders, talking to their local and federal delegates, and letting them know that housing is a priority and there should be more emphasis on designing and implementing policy that helps support not only the development of affordable and attainable housing, but also to support our residents throughout the state. When we look at the overall breakdown of some of the bills that were signed into law, one particular area we want to look at is the Supportive Housing Development Fund. This is a bill that the coalition created in 2023. It was Assembly Bill 310. We brought it back this year, and we was able to get it signed so that now it is a permanent funding source for all new development projects that would like to provide behavioral and physical support services for individuals who are not able to support themselves due to the lack of case management and behavioral resources throughout the state. We also saw that there was 9 bills signed to law around affordable housing development and financing. We had 2 bills around tenant rights and landlord-tenant law. We had the big bill of the eviction diversion, $21 million that will be spread across the state in Clark County, Reno, and Nevada Rural Housing Authority. This will help folks maintain housing going forward. We had a couple of bills passed through the manufactured and mobile home parks, tenant anti-discrimination and fair housing. We had 3, local government and zoning 3, and then property tax and abatements was 1. Again, as we talk about some of the successes that we had, and again, I'm not going to go through all of them, but these were the top ones that, rose to the top, and these are making tremendous changes throughout the state. Again, I've spoke a little bit about the Supportive Housing Development Fund, which is huge for our community. We have talked about a little bit about the eviction diversion program, the transferable tax credits for affordable housing. That was a mixed bag, if I'm going to be honest. We wanted tax credits to be able to continue development. Unfortunately, we was not able to get that moved forward. But some of the technical language, when we talk about licensing, when we talk about permitting and moving projects through the pipeline faster, that language was passed. And that is a big lift for our developers who are local or who are coming in state and they're looking to build. Just having, to be able to cut down from a 40 or 45, 60 to a 30-day turnaround time for licensures or permits will definitely make our projects move a lot faster. It will cut down on costs for developers so that this way they can keep their workers gainfully employed and moving forward. Again, we talked about in the previous presentation, the governor's bill, Assembly Bill 540, the Nevada Attainable Housing Account. $133 million that went towards the missing middle. Again, when we talked about earlier the gaps where folks are not able to achieve home ownership, this is now providing an opportunity for folks to ultimately see that. This bill will now create more smaller starter type homes for individuals to invest in. So we're looking at townhomes, bungalows, duplexes, triplexes. And I am a resident here that has been here for a while now. And I remember when homes were literally at $100,000 and we don't see that anymore. And so even though homes will not get down to that low of a price point, they will not be $450,000 or $60,000. And so that is a huge win for the state overall. And later on, you will probably hear more information about the success of the program as it has already been implemented, and we've already awarded some programs already. So as I wrap up and I send it over to Marcy, who is our senior advocate for the coalition, we're still fighting, right? And so these are just some of the few issues that we will be monitoring and looking to build bill drafts around for the 2027 legislative session. We currently have a policy committee, which actually we just had a meeting this morning where we're looking at multitude of ideas and solutions to put forward. But as you can see, some of the things that we're looking at is preservation of our affordable housing stock, the tax credits, gap financing, state funding rental assistance program, expanding tax authority, looking at permanent revenue sources. And so I appreciate, again, allowing me to come in and sit with you and talk to you a little bit about what the coalition work is and giving you an overview of where we're at when it comes to housing. So at this point in time, I would like to turn it over to Marcy, who is in Carson. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, Madam President and Silverhead Legislative Forum, for the opportunity to be able here to speak with you today. My name is Marcy Cooper-Smith. I'm a senior advocate. I also am a member of the Nevada Housing Coalition, Senior Coalition of Washoe County, several others, but today I am here as Marcy, the senior advocate. I am a senior myself, and I have been trying for the last several years, pre-COVID, talking to whoever will listen about the problems that the retired senior living on a fixed income is facing, especially up here in Washoe County with the rents. Our rental increases over a couple of years ago were going up $200 a month. Some were paying $300 a month. And even though those increases may be stabilizing, our rents have not come down. The rents are stabilizing, but they're kind of like up here now. I think I just read something recently where the average rent in Reno is $1,700 a month. So that is a problem if you're retired living on a fixed income. And so I have been trying to propose an idea that you give seniors a multi-year lease, 2 or 3 years, and you give them what their rent increase will be for those 2 to 3 years. That way, a senior can budget themselves for 2 to 3 years. They will know what their rent will be. And if they are going to have problems paying the rent, they have time to figure out what to do. Right now, all you get is a 1-year lease. And every 10 months you are on edge. What is my new rent going to be? And where am I going to move? And what am I going to be able to afford? And even though the landlord will give me 60 days notice of my increase, I'm only given 21 days to respond to him. Am I staying or am I moving? I don't know where you even can find a mover within 21 days, where you can find a place to live. And then when you start adding up the costs for a first month's rent, security deposit, what the move is going to cost, and then if you have to move to a smaller place, what do you do with your furniture? So you start to add it up, and a lot of times you wind up staying and paying that extra increase, even though it really is starting to become more than a burden for a lot of seniors. The problem with seniors who are retired is once we take out of our savings, once we take out of our pensions, that money's gone. We don't have jobs that can replenish the money. So we tap into our principal, that's it. So that becomes a big problem if you do want to move somewhere and they're asking for what, I think 2 to 3 times income for what the rent is. So if I'm paying $2,000 a month and I want to move somewhere and they're saying I have to make $4,000 a month, I don't know how many retired seniors on a fixed income are going to have that kind of income to show. So I don't even know where you can move. I mean, I don't know whether they look at other assets if you don't have the income. So that is a big problem. And I think they had proposed something about income discrimination with renters. And I'm not sure if that was it, but that certainly would be something to maybe consider, especially for the retired senior, because we're kind of stuck. We can't pay the increase, but if we want to move, we can't afford it because we're not going to show that we have that kind of income to pay the rents that are out there. So that is why I have been trying to talk about the multi-year lease idea with the built-in increases. And please don't call it rent stabilization. Please don't call it rent control. Those are 2 different programs. Just name it something separate for seniors, and maybe it'll get some traction. Back where I lived in New York, rent stabilization you could equate to workforce housing. What they would do is an entire building would get a tax abatement, and that's how they were able to do it. and people who were making just below like the professional amount were able to afford to live in Manhattan. You didn't get vouchers. For instance, my husband and myself, I was a secretary, he was a jeweler. Because we were in a rent-stabilized building, we were able to live in Manhattan. Instead of paying, I'll just give an example, instead of paying $1,500 a month, the rent-stabilized building would be $1,000 a month. And you would get a 2 or 3 year lease. You would know what your rent is going to be. You would get increases, but they would be within, that you could afford. And as long as you wanted to keep renewing, you were grandfathered in as a rent-stabilized tenant. If you moved out, the landlord could make that apartment market rent. So that was kind of how it worked. I know out here they don't like the word rent stabilization, so I don't know, call it something different. Maybe that will help. And try it as a pilot program, trying to find that one landlord who's willing to give the seniors some kind of stability. I also am with the VFW Auxiliary, Post 3396 in Sparks. The veterans are also having a lot of trouble with housing, and a lot of veterans are seniors. So trying to get seniors and veterans together. Maybe if enough of us are united, they'll have to listen to us finally, because we seem to be on our own as seniors these days. So I really appreciate your consideration, letting me speak as a senior, as somebody who every 10 months is very worried, what is my new rent increase going to be? Am I going to be able to stay where I am? I do know a lot of seniors these days are having problems paying rent, or do I pay for my medication? A lot are starting to cut back on medication or cut their prescriptions in half again like they used to. Then the food is expensive. So as I say, when you're retired on a fixed income, there's a lot of other factors that come into play, that really make the rent even more than cost burdened. So anything you would be willing to, think about in helping. And I understand there are a lot of suggestions out there, the land trusts, but everything is 2 to 5 years down the pipe. Nobody is addressing what about now for us. That's where my multi-year lease idea with the built-in increases addresses it now. It may just be a Band-Aid, it may not be a perfect solution, but I can tell you it would help keep a lot of seniors in their homes right now. Trust me, if the seniors can figure out a way to budget so they could stay where they are, they will. They don't like change. They don't like to move. We make great tenants, we watch out for each other. We do a buddy system. We like to pay our rent on time. We're old school. That's how we were brought up. So I have been talking to double-headed rattlesnakes. I will talk to anybody out there who will listen. So that's my issue, that I'm bringing forward to you. I will say every 10 months, your blood pressure rises, your anxiety level rises. It would definitely help seniors with their health if they knew for 2 to 3 years what they were going to have to budget for their home. So I'm hoping maybe we can work together and come up with some solution for now, not 2 to 5 years for now, but for now. We're not getting any younger, and those of us who are older, we don't have 2 to 5 years to wait for a solution. 6 months from now, we may be out in the street if we can't afford our next increase. So I really appreciate the time, especially letting an everyday person speak, and I know we have tons of committees. I don't think we need any more committees. We're living it, that we know we have a problem. What I would love is I wish sometimes when there are round tables held, there is a liaison from the community invited. We only hear that agencies are invited, electeds are invited. We don't hear that the everyday person in the community is invited to share what is happening in the community. Maybe that is something we could think about, having a liaison from the community who is invited to any type of more high-level meeting. So thank you once again for this opportunity to address you. My name is Marcy Coopersmith, Senior Advocate.
Thank you, Ms. Coopersmith. We appreciate those words from you. Forum members, are there questions at this time?
Okay.
Ms. Bongiorno? I am recognizing Ms. Bongiorno. You have a question?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Joanne Bongiorno, District 10. It's not just a question of the the rents. We also have a problem with the raises in taxes. In the HOA, we have raises in trash, in water, electricity. So even if we maintain a certain level, we also have to address those other issues because they are coming into play. I know of HOAs that have gone 50% in their increases. That's just that's unconscionable to me. I have renters, and I'll tell you the truth, I'm $200-300 below what the average market is doing. I have one man who's been with me 17 years. Yes, I make arrangements with him so that he fixes things I don't have to bother with. We have a good relationship. And I think also we need to teach seniors how to budget, how to shop. Some of them don't know. They've never learned. They didn't get that education in their schooling. I'm teaching a 15-year-old boy because he doesn't get it in school. A lot has to be done. And especially for our seniors who don't know, they come into conflict with leases that they didn't read properly. I did the other day. A man called me, said, please help. He needed an air conditioner, didn't know where to get assistance. He went down to, because he was paying since he and his wife purchased a home in 2010. Unfortunately, they purchased on a contractor sale, which means he never owns the home till he makes the final payment. And at that, the individual that sold it to him can encumber the property and do whatever they well please. And I try to step in to help, and we're getting him a traditional loan, but I'll tell you, it was not easy. So much has to be done. Again, those HOAs are out of control. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Bongiorno. This is Marilyn Jordan, District 9. I have a question for Mr. Page. I'd like to know the status and update of the state-funded rental assistance program.
Yes, for the record, my name is Maurice Page. Right now, that is a pilot program that is being curated through our policy committee and with a nonprofit organization based here in Southern Nevada. And the goal is to be able to present that in the 2027 legislative session.
Can you highlight what the key areas of it is?
So the key areas would be for us to create a pilot program roughly at about $10 million that would help support low-income renters, individuals who are single parents that have children in certain school districts that are struggling to maintain or afford their rent. We would not pay the full rent, but provide rental assistance for up to 6 months. So this way we can help them become stabilized, but also provide them the case management services and resources needed for them to be able to continue living in their unit.
In that same regard, Mr. Page, how could Nevada housing policies be strengthened to expand affordable housing and related support for low-income seniors?
That is a great question.
I know it is, and I want an answer.
Yes, indeed. No, and I think, again, earlier it was mentioned that Nevada was one of the fastest growing cities over the last 70 years, and we're still maintaining a high ranking in that area. And I think because of the growth, and we just was not able to prepare ourselves, number one, for this type of, for the type of population growth that we are incurring. Therefore, we was not able to keep up with the housing growth and the policies needed. At this point, I think what you have seen over the last few legislative sessions is policies that have come forward to help strengthen and help guide the process of development, preservation, and tenant rights. And that will be an ongoing process. And so that is where the coalition comes in. We're listening to all ideas. We're seeing what we can bring to the table and what housing champions will advocate on behalf of those policies. So directly, again, this is a day-by-day process. This is something that is new for our legislative process when we're looking at, how can we help tenants? But these are the meetings. These are the roundtables that are needed, so that this way we can take those ideas back, build those out, and find housing champions that will stand up.
Thank you. I'd like very much for you to send us any updates that you have regarding that so that we may consider what actions need to be taken. Are there any other questions from our forum members? Mr. Troth?
Yes, Roger Troth, District 18. First, our person there in Reno, thanks. I like the idea of multi-year leasing agreements. But the challenge, I think, will be trying to make that work across a myriad of, property owners and local and county government situations. But that's a good thought. Mr. Page, I got a question on AB 366. That $21 million that was allocated down there, who's the administrators for that? Do you know which agencies?
Yes, that is being, for the record, Maurice Page, that is being administered through the Nevada Housing Division.
Okay, so it's a housing division. Okay. And then on AB 540, 1, 2, 3, the third bullet down talks about use loans and grants for rental assistance. Is there a qualifier that people would have to be able to, and they would, if my understanding would be right, request or work to get those loans and grants, meet some kind of thresholds or those kind of offsets?
Yes. So you will have the Nevada Housing Division staff that will be presenting on 540 on those a little bit later. So I don't want to overspeak for that. But that money was going towards development of new starter type homes. You have your down payment assistance program, interest rate buy downs, land acquisition. And so it is a program that is well funded and monies that are going in different buckets. But they will be able to really break down how that money is used and utilized.
Okay.
And also when I talk about the eviction diversion, supportive housing, they're the ones, the administrators of all of that money.
Okay, thanks. And then the last one is on your last slide there. Talk to me briefly about expanded tax authority.
So we're looking at how we can expand revenue that goes into our affordable housing tax fund account. Right now, a lot of the monies that has been committed to housing development has really been a one-time allotment. And the only permanent funding source that we have currently is your estate tax credits. Also, you have the real estate transfer tax that's 10 cents per every $500 that goes into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So in order for us to be able to maintain funding to develop more housing, we need to be able to expand maybe other revenues. And so we're looking at, for an example, maybe expanding the transfer tax, maybe looking at the vacant property tax. Even there's been consideration around property tax reform. Again, we are doing the research and data around these certain areas to see where we can expand and bring in more monies for development.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Troth. The chair recognizes Mrs. Darden.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes you. You're going to ask your question.
Hello. Hello, Madam Chair. I'm going to have to sign off. I can't. I'm hearing nothing. So I don't know if you're hearing me.
I'm recognizing you. You may ask your question if you can hear me.
Chopped up here. So I don't know if you hear me or not. So I'm going to have to sign off.
Are there any other questions at this time?
Yes.
Mr. Slaughter?
Frank Slaughter, District 11. Mr. Page, one of the questions I want to ask, I don't know if you have the answer for, excuse me, is how can fixed income seniors compete with the working force as the market is absorbing the homes that are present now? I know.
Yeah, for the record, Maurice Page. What we have found through our data is that our senior population is going to increase twofold by the year 2050. And so, again, we are looking at how we can protect our seniors in our communities and be able to give them equitable wage, or not living wages, but living standards, so that they're able to maintain their homes and still be part of our community. With that being said, when you talk about housing, it is a cross-sector situation. We have to bring in economic development. We have to bring in healthcare. We have to bring in transportation. We have to have conversations with all of these other sectors, and we need to be able to come together on policies that will help our senior population as well as our veterans, as Marcy State alluded to earlier. And also the population, our disabled population, right? Because that is also definitely increasing. So when you ask that type of question, the role of the coalition and what I've done has been able to reach out to these various areas and to the gaming community to see how they would be a partner in establishing policies and also providing additional funding in some of these programmings.
And also, what partnerships or funding can increase affordability in single level senior homes. And the other day, I wasn't going to talk about it today because I want to do more research, but I toured the Boxable facility in North Las Vegas. And I found that, there's some questions that need to be answered as far as building those kind of structures and affordability as a rental homes for seniors.
Yeah, for the record, Maurice Page, what you're seeing is with ADUs or manufactured housing, with the tiny homes, and then the implosion of all of those coming to market. What we find is that, yes, these are industries or examples that we need to further do research on to see how they can be viable here in our community. Again, we haven't been able to position Nevada as a way to really embrace all of these new components of housing. And so I think number one is education. This is, unfortunately, it's going to take a year or two before a lot of this really gains even more traction. But of course, it's all about the research, the data, and how this will help alleviate the housing concerns.
Thank you very much.
Again, do we have any questions? Any comments? On behalf of the forum, Mr. Page and Ms. Cuppersmith, we want to thank you. We also are looking for ways to help support our senior population. That's why we have so many questions as it relates to housing, which is clearly a need in the state of Nevada. And we hope to be able to continue with our interest in the policies and practices of what the coalition is doing. So thank you so much for your presentation today.
Thank you.
At this time, we are going to take a lunch break, and we will return. We want to thank our next presenters for their ability to check back with us after lunch. So appreciated. You have no idea. Have a great afternoon.
Madam Chair, can you tell us when to be back?
Ms. Darden, I didn't hear you.
Can you tell us what time we'll resume?
Oh, at 1 o'clock, please.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. We appreciate and your support. Welcome back, forum members. At this time, we will be addressing agenda item number 6, a presentation on county-by-county data analysis of housing supplies, demand, and affordability. We have Mr. Joseph Lednicki and Mr. Roger Vesowet. Thank you so much, and we really appreciate your patience.
Good morning, and thank you, and no problem for waiting. Happy to be here. So good morning, Forum President and Forum members. For the record, I am Joe Lednicki, Lednicky, economist with the University of Nevada, Reno Extension, and this is my colleague, Roy. If you want to.
I think they're asking if you could speak up a little bit more.
Oh, no problem.
That's great. Thank you.
Again, for the record, Joe Lednicki, Lednicky. And I think we'll just, are we seeing the presentation?
Yes. Now we are.
Excellent. All right. So thank you all for your time and allowing us to share our research. If you want to go to the next slide. We are part of the University of Nevada, Reno Extension. Our program, the Nevada Economic Assessment Project, is a statewide program aiming to help communities, agencies, and organizations have better data to help guide them to better decision making. I coordinate various aspects of our program areas as well as lead our data collection efforts. Roy leads our research. Our team was approached by Nevada Rural Housing, who you'll be hearing from later today, as they wanted some updates to their county analyses that were previously completed by another organization. They wanted something that can show them the greatest needs throughout the state so that they can best allocate their funding where it's going to have the most need. So generally the only way to get a solution to a problem is by first understanding what the issues are, and some people kind of forget about that sometimes. Our analysis relies on the best available data to ensure reliable results. This slide shows many of our data sources, but I wanted to point out a couple that are most important. Some of the data points throughout the state, something like housing value. When we were doing this study, it was right in the middle of when housing values were greatly increasing. As you know, most data points are lagged by some amount. You have to survey people and then do the analysis before you can actually get data. So what we did was we get the best available data from a bunch of different sources, and then we would ground truth that data. We go to county assessors' offices, planning offices, things of that nature in the local communities to get their opinion on what the data is, because there's no point in showing data that everyone in that community thinks is wrong. So I did a lot of work to ensure that it was as true as possible to what was really affecting the communities. The background data is used in the first of the 3 sections of our reports: the demographic and economic characteristics, housing demand, and housing supply. And then from there, all that data is used for the final section, the affordability analysis. And Roy will be going into that more. But I just want to say one thing that kind of separates our studies that we have done here is that it is a county by county analysis. And it goes deeper into specific communities throughout the state. Nevada Rural Housing and us chose 43 communities across the state, plus each of the 17 counties, to get into as much detail as possible for those areas in our state. But I've done the easy part, so now I'm going to pass it to Roy to do the hard part here.
Pleasure to meet you all. My name is Roy Vesowet, R-O-Y, B as in Victor, I-S-U-E-T-T. Thank you again, Madam Chair and members of the forum, for allowing us to talk about this opportunity to really talk about our data and our reports. When it comes to the presentation today, it's not the full report, because that would actually take a long day to really go county by county, data point by data point. So we really summarized it, tailored it more towards this audience, right? We did leave out a little bit of the supply section, so we're looking more towards demographics, and then demand and affordability. So we're going to go into these 5 sections: demographics, age comparison between occupied units, affordability for buying or renting, the cost burden breakdown throughout each individual state, and average comparison between mortgage and non-mortgage folks by age comparison. So within this aspect, right, we have the state demographics here. 2 of the counties have more than 50% of the actual population that are age 55 years old or older, right? With that being said, it's Esmeralda and Story County. We do have 8 counties that have more than 35% of the population being more than 55 years or older, all of which are actual rural communities, or counties, should I say. I'm sure you could actually see the graph there. We organized it by that column so that way you could see it in ascending order, Clark County being 3rd, Elko being the lowest amount of folks that are older than 55 years or older. The next slide, we're going to be talking about owner housing tenured by age. So essentially, these are the data points that show within each individual county who are the owners. Are they 55 years or younger? Are they 55 years or older? Right? What does it look like? Within this actual study, we noticed that 14 counties had more than 50% of the owners being 55 years or older. With that being said, right, 3 counties or actually had more than 70%, those being Story County, Nye County, and Douglas County. And this gives you more of an insight of where the distribution lies within that population as well, especially when it comes to home ownership. The next slide is age distribution for owners with mortgages, right? So this table really highlights each individual county of the individuals that have mortgages. So as you could see through here, again, there's a little bit of a trend line with Nye County being at the top, having most individuals with 55 years or older, right? There are a number of counties that have 50% or more that still have mortgages. And I mean, we've all talked or we've heard about the conversation of, hey, folks need to budget. And this is the information that you see, hey, 8 out of the 17 counties have more than 50% that are still mortgages. And those mortgages are pretty expensive. They're not, in a sense, affordable based off of the data that it shows. I mean, when you have non-mortgage versus mortgage, mortgages have a higher payment than those that have non-mortgages when it comes to homes. The next one is the age distributions without mortgages. So in a sense, you'll see that there are a lot more older adults here that have a higher percentage of the share here of non-mortgages. So within this, in all 17 counties, there's more than 60% of homeowners that are without mortgages that are 55 years or older. 6 of those with more than 80%, right? All of these being rural areas. The next one is more tailored towards renters, right? And renting housing tenure by age. In a sense, with this table, we're looking at the age distribution amongst renters in Nevada. So Esmeralda being the highest at 76.4%, but also having Story County up there as well with more than 70%. Other than that, you know, you have other 15 counties with less than 50% of renters that are age less than 55 years old, right? So with that being said, there's a little bit of more folks that are younger than 55 renting than there are those individuals that are older, right? And that's what this data is actually showing. Now, with the next part, we're going to talk about cost burden, and we use the definition from the Housing Urban Development HUD and the U.S. Census Bureau of defining it as spending more than 30% of their gross yearly income on house costs. That includes rent, mortgage, utility, taxes, etc. When we're talking about severely cost burden, right, we're considering those that spend more than 50% of that gross income on housing costs. So the following two slides will have two tables each. One looks at those households earning under 80% of the median income of the area, and those that look at those that earn over 80% of the income. So if you take a look at these two, this is the cost burden for owners. By county, you get to see the real landscape of things, showing that there are those in that higher tier, right? Those that have income that are more than 80% of the area median income that are still considered cost burden, right? On there being Douglas County at 14.9%, showing that 30%, right, of cost burden. So they are considered cost burden. And even you could go to a step further and look at severely cost burden and see that there's still more than 3% in that area that are considered cost burden. And those are, like I said, individuals that have make more than 80% of the area median income. With that being said, I want to move forward to the cost burden of renters. Similar story, but you get to see a little bit more of a change, right? There are more individuals in this area that are considered having income over 80% of the area median income and still being considered cost burden. I mean, Clark County is on that top of that list with 11.2%. And even if you look at those that are considered low income, right, that are under 80% of the area median income, you get 75.4%. It's really an alarming rate to see the distribution between those that make less than 80% and those that make more than 80%. I mean, the story here is that regardless if you're making less or making more, you're still affected by these cost burden. You're still spending more than that 30% on housing. So the next aspect is the homeowner affordability. Now, with this being said, right, we noticed that a number of counties that can't afford a home at even 100% of their median income are 13 out of the 17 counties. So that means at whatever median income is that county level, because every county is different, right? There's those that are more well off and have more of a median income because of different industries, right? And there's those that have less. 13 of them out of the 17 can actually afford homes at 100%. It does diminish when you go to 120% of the median income. What that means really is you're making 20% more than the actual median income, right? And only 8 out of the 17 counties can actually afford homes at that price, based off of the market, based off of the calculations and the calculator there. That's what that shows us, is that only 8 of those actual counties can afford that at that time. With that being said, right, it shows that disparity of what we've been hearing throughout this forum is affordability is very scarce. And like I said, the data shows it at different ranges. So we range it from 50% to 120%. But for this presentation, we only wanted to highlight this upper level. So that way there's an understanding of what's going on within that housing crisis. With that being said, renter affordability at 100% of the median income, right? So 16 out of the 17 counties can afford a 1-bedroom. When you start to change different bedroom styles, you start to see that it gets lower and lower, right? So the more bedrooms you have, the more costly it is. So you see 2-bedroom apartments, well, only 13 out of the 17 counties can afford it at 100% of the median income. And that's, just to preface, that's 30% of their actual income going to housing. So I forgot to preface that before. So when we're looking at these numbers, right, we're looking at 100% of the income. What is that distribution over the months? What is 30% of that? And basing it off of that aspect. And these are pretty much our sources. We use the American Community Survey, ACS, throughout different various years to really make comparison. We use HUD for our cost burden analysis portion. We're using assessors data, permitting offices, Zillow, as well as in our next iteration of the reports that we've done, we're adding the demographers' data as well. And that's pretty much our presentation. We didn't want to take too much of your time, but if you have any questions, feel free.
First of all, thank you for that presentation. Chair recognizes Mr. Troth.
Roger Troth, District 18. Thanks for the data. It's pretty informative. I got one question. When I understand how you could gather rent and mortgage costs, what did you use to determine incomes? What kind of stuff, what things did you pull from to do that?
Absolutely, no problem. Joe Lidnicki for the record. We use a variety of data sources for incomes. That includes the U.S. Census Bureau's American Community Survey, which Gwen Center had mentioned previously. I'm sure the Housing Coalition did as well. It's the most robust data set federally available, and it goes down to very small population sizes, which is very helpful when you're looking at a county by county or community by community basis throughout the state, here in Nevada especially. So a lot of their data will automatically combine the data for both the housing cost and how much income that those families are making to combine those for us. But we do have other data sets, one called Lightcast, another called Esri, and some others that we use to compare general income levels throughout communities to make sure that everything is looking accurate on a,
Yeah, but what were those reports? Do you know what those reports were pulling from? Are they looking at income tax reports? I'm sorry. Paychecks?
Absolutely. So it includes all income into a household. So it includes anything collected by the BLS, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, which includes paychecks and everything of that nature. It includes additional payments I'm forgetting the technical name of, but things that include Social Security and other federally guaranteed payments. It includes retirement items, stocks, dividends, all sorts of things like that. So it pulls data from the BLS, from the QCEW, which is the Quarterly Census for Employment and Wages, which is another federal survey that gives probably the best data for business earnings, incomes, people's incomes, things of that nature.
Okay. Do you know if any of that that probably gets down? I'm kind of getting down in the weeds on that because that's pretty. I understand it's pretty simple easier to collect rents and mortgages, but when you're starting to talk about what people are actually bringing into their home income, that could be, at times fuzzy.
Absolutely. I know the American Community Survey done by the Census Bureau, that is a survey. So it does rely a lot on people's input into the survey, saying how much that they make. There is certainly, they do a lot of analysis behind the scenes to ensure that those items are accurate, including comparing against taxation data and things of that nature, to the best of my knowledge.
Okay, no, that's fair. That's fair. It's just, I would think that would be pretty challenging to find out sometimes. So trying to think of the validity of the data. Okay, thanks.
I was talking to some of my staff yesterday regarding Nielsen data previous to the current iterations, where households would write on paper what they were watching at specific times, and how PBS somehow always jumped much higher than other things because people felt that it made them look better. Yeah.
Are there any other questions? Yes. The chair recognizes you.
Pat Thorne, District 12. Back on your cost burden definitions, you include mortgage, rent, utilities, taxes, et cetera. Do we know what's included in it, et cetera? For example, would HOA assessments be in there?
Generally, yes, they would. And we'd be happy to get you a full list of
Just curious, because that's a huge impact on seniors who are living in HOA communities.
Yeah.
Even though they may have, like I in ours, I have you security, landscaping.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sewer and water are already paid for in that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of hard to extrapolate how much you're paying by each category. But
yeah, it includes pretty much anything that's a requirement, month by month payment or something of that nature. So
special assessments too.
I'm not sure about special assessments. The main utilities, including water, sewer, power, gas, are all included. Generally, internet is not. HOAs generally are. Insurance payments, either renters or homeowners insurance, are. I'm not sure about special assessments.
Even the regular assessments, though.
I like the property tax.
No, for HOA assessments.
Oh, HOA assessments, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Thorne. At this time, Mr. Slaughter has a question.
Frank Slaughter, District 11. There are many variables in this situation. And one of the variables I was thinking about, as opposed to a brand new home or older home that's 40, 50 years old, the person that lives in the older home is going to incur more costs that are not in your analysis. Would you like to speak on that?
Roy Viswet for the record. You bring up a great point, and our analysis does highlight the growth of the age of homes, right? There's a large percentage of homes that are developed before 2005. And as the Gwynn Center mentioned, as everyone else has mentioned, those are costs that are going to be considered by the new owner, right? I can't really speak on behalf of really that aspect, but that is something that should be considered when looking at a home. With that being said, I know that tax abatements for older homes, there's less taxes that come out of older homes than there are newer homes. So that might be a way that they've offsetted that cost, but honestly, at the end of the day, a foundation is going to cost a lot of money, especially if you don't have a lot of money to really put into your home, right? You can barely afford to make that mortgage payment. It's hard to really assess, okay, if I have major issues, what's next, right? Sure, you could have your insurance. There's insurance costs that you have within a home. But in addition, right, then what happens to that insurance after you make a claim, right? Typically, insurances tend to go up with claims being produced. So that's another thing that should be considered and really analyzed.
Yeah, and Joe Lidnicki for the record. Thank you for bringing up that question. It's not something I've thought about too much before. I've always gone off the kind of old rule of thumb of 2 to 3% of your home's value is what you might incur for maintenance. And I've seen that plastered everywhere online when I've kind of looked vaguely at it. And I've never seen any of them mention a difference for an older home, which obviously it should. So I'm going to want to do more research on that myself. Thank you.
Marilyn Jordan, District 9, for the record. My question is, have you done any surveys about affordability versus availability? And you know that's a good question.
It's a very good question. You know, one of the first things that we were looking at that really stood out to us, and I'll get a little closer to the mic, was regarding vacant homes throughout Nevada, because there are some very large numbers regarding vacant homes, and obviously a vacant home is an unavailable home for the public. Problem of what we found was that even for those homes that are considered vacant, they're often not available on the market for a variety of reasons. Most often due to being considered a second home, a vacation home, Airbnb Verbo sort of thing, where I just remember the very first county that we looked at was Lincoln County, and it was something like 600 homes in Lincoln County were off the market for reasons such as that, where there's, I don't know, 1,200, 1,300 homes in total, like households in total, I think, though I probably got that number wrong, so my apologies, but it's incredibly high percentage.
Lincoln has 2,300.
2,300 homes, okay. So availability was often, I think, considered a more important issue than affordability. Gwynn Center had mentioned that our team and their team had done multiple meetings throughout the state together to save our people time throughout the state. That included meetings with each of the regional development authorities across the state. And in multiple of those meetings, we were told that if there were just more homes available, the affordability itself would take care of itself. Where a lot of the middle homes that they were talking about, if those were actually available, the rest would sort itself out. I don't know if that answers your question very well, but.
Well, I'm thinking along the lines of less availability, increased cost for for affordability, if you're looking at that. And the fewer homes that you have, which generates more costs for our seniors. And that's why a lot of these things have not been ameliorated in the past. So I thank you for that answer. Are there any other questions? Yes, Ms. Bongiorno is recognized.
Joanne Bongiorno. I wonder if we ever considered, as some other states have done, we have an abundance of vacant commercial properties. And in some states, they are already turning those commercial properties, because the building's already there, just to redo the infrastructure of that building into low-income housing. Of course, there's a zoning problem. Have we ever thought of giving that some consideration?
I've certainly heard of some, sorry, and Joe Lidnicki for the record again. I've certainly heard of some ideas of that nature, especially in some of the rural areas. We work a lot in the rural areas of the state because there's more of a need there. They have Washoe County, Carson City, Clark County, they have their own, sets of people that can help more so. I've certainly heard that zoning is absolutely an issue. NIMBYism is an issue, the not in my backyard people, where, that I don't need to explain that. But I'm sure also that Nevada Rural Housing, who's coming up, will have more information regarding some of those more specific project ideas.
I would think that they would consider that zoning because we're having foreclosures in the commercial area. And that we could put that to use if we would just be a little more lenient on the zoning.
I agree entirely.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bongiorno. That was an excellent question. We would like to thank both of you gentlemen for your patience this morning and your availability, not affordability, and we welcome you back at any time. Thank you so much.
Thank you kindly for your time, and we're always happy to come back.
Agenda item 7, a presentation on Nevada rural housing and its programs, resources, and policy considerations to improve housing affordability in Nevada. We have presenters, Mr. Bill Brewer and Katie Coleman. This is Carson City.
All right. Yes, I'm in Carson City, And my name is Katie Coleman. For the record, I am the Communications and Homeownership Programs Director at Nevada Rural Housing. Madam Chair and members of the forum, I'm so appreciative for the opportunity to be here. And today we're going to provide a brief overview of what Nevada Rural Housing does, who we are, what we do from a program standpoint, and then really get into some details about how state and local policy can really impact rural housing outcomes. All right, so our mission is to promote, provide, and finance affordable housing opportunities for all rural Nevadans, and that really looks like a comprehensive approach across the housing spectrum, from severely low-income renters all the way to folks who are ready to buy a home. And our rural communities, as Mr. Lednicki alluded to, they're all so different, and they really require multi-layered solutions and varied solutions. And there's not one single tool that's going to work in rural Nevada. It is a multitude of opportunities, and I'm going to talk through some of those today. So briefly, who are we? We serve every Nevada community except those over 150,000 in population. We are considered an instrumentality of local government and a political subdivision of the state of Nevada. And we are governed a little bit differently. We're governed by a board appointed by the Nevada Association of Counties and the Nevada League of Cities. And so our structure really is designed to be responsive to the needs of our rural communities. We feel our impact really demonstrates the scale and consistency of our work over many years, since 1973. In fact, we have provided $2.5 billion in mortgages since 2006. I'll touch upon that in just a moment. We serve about 1,200, 1,300 renters annually. We have invested in terms of our housing development more than $200 million. We've built 800 or more, about that, units, or preserved those units, and we have hundreds more in the pipeline. We have a lot to look forward to in the next couple years in terms of bringing units online. And I like to make note of the fact that these numbers are great, and they're big, and they're cool, but they're real families and real people behind these numbers, right? Seniors, veterans, working families, and so we really pay attention to the stories behind the numbers and kind of what our communities need based on that. So taking a look at our programs, starting with rental assistance and homeownership, I talked about kind of that spectrum. On the rental assistance side, we provide housing choice vouchers in the 15 rural counties, VASH vouchers, which are veterans vouchers, and we also provide emergency and security deposit assistance when funds are available. And again, about 1,200 to 1,300 vouchers are administered. And then kind of on that other end of the spectrum, we provide affordable home ownership opportunities. These are programs for first-time and repeat buyers. We're providing down payment assistance, closing cost assistance, lower the market rates as best we can, and really sustained affordability. I mentioned the repeat buyers portion of this because little known secret, or not so well known fact, I would say, is that you are considered a first-time borrower after 3 years of owning your prior home. And so a lot of folks say, boy, I owned a home, in the early 2000s, and I sold that, or I had to walk away from that, and I see this program that is just really advantageous, but I'm not a first-time home buyer. Well, you are if you have been not owning a home in the last 3 years. So that's a real opportunity, I think, for all borrowers, but also in the senior community. And in terms of home ownership, we really focus on not just getting folks into home. It's one thing to get those keys and have the assistance to do so, but sustainable home ownership, ensuring that the affordability is there for the long haul, and knowing what it means to be a homeowner and the responsibilities that come with that. We also are an active housing developer. We do everything from ground-up developments, rehabilitation, preservation, acquisition. We have 18 multifamily properties across rural Nevada. 4 of those are senior properties, and all of our communities certainly serve all ages, and many seniors live in our other properties as well. We have 11 properties in process. That is a big darn deal for us in rural housing. We have preserved and built 800, and those 500 additional units are planned through 2027. Very near future, those are coming back online. A little bit about the people who live inside of these communities. The majority of our tenants are under 50% AMI. Most of these units are supported by a deep rental subsidy. And it's a really important point to make is that this housing, this type of affordable housing, would not exist without intervention, without intentionality. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about how do we make that happen and what tools do we have at our disposal. Everyone likes a visual. This is Crestmore Apartments in Douglas County. This is a recent acquisition by Nevada Rural Housing. And this community, first of all, it's beautiful. The units inside are great. The community itself is wonderful. And it's just a really good example of how coordinated funding, partnership with the community really makes this stuff happen. This property is integrated into the community and in the community's fabric. This serves seniors aging in place, serves families who are working, and everyone, all kinds of folks are in this community. And it's important to understand that, again, this is intentionally structured to help folks in certain income brackets and what have you, but it's not an inferior product. Beautiful community where we would be happy to have our families and parents and grandparents live as well. Another example, this is Pioche Apartments in Lincoln County. This is a 32-unit development we are really proud of, and it really demonstrates how small developments can really be transformational in a rural community. It helps give folks a place to live and stay in their community. It creates options where really few to none existed, and we're really proud of this property because we focused on making sure it's right-sized and community appropriate. Everything down to the type of siding we put on the outside, making sure that it fits and the community really sees that blend. These community outcomes, these housing outcomes are shaped by funding, certainly. A lot of this is about the money behind it, but also policy and regulation really have a big hand in making this happen. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what does that framework look like. You've heard quite a bit about AB 540, and we just want to underscore the momentum and the impact that has had on the work that we're doing. Bipartisan legislation, across the board support, and it really just goes to show housing is nonpartisan. It is foundational. We all know that it helps support our communities, support everyone in our communities from an ecosystem standpoint. And the reality is, and you've heard this in prior presentations today, that federal resources are tightening, the demand is increasing, and that gap is so wide. AB 540, major investment. The investment need is even deeper than that. That's why alignment with the legislature, the governor's office, the housing division, local entities, that's what moves us forward in closing that gap. State leadership signals priority. That's a big deal. And then it helps us move forward in building capacity. I'm going to talk a little bit about cost now. Costs for a lot of the development work that we do are shaped long before funding structures are even determined. And that takes us to kind of the local level. A ready-to-build lot can approach $100,000 in costs and in infrastructure costs before walls even go up, before construction even starts. This is streets, curb, gutter, sidewalks, grading, local fees, etc. I know the Gwynn Center pointed to some opportunities with these kinds of costs in their presentation. But again, that's before walls and roofs are even part of the picture, $100,000. And local standards, local rules and regulations can directly affect per unit cost. Those small regulatory changes can make a difference in lowering prices. So when we go to say, okay, we need to bring something to a community to serve, whether it be families or seniors, what rules are we working within at that local level? And so let's talk about some of these tools. Flexibility is crucial, and it's not just one tool that's going to help us get units built. Tools such as shared parking, inclusionary zoning, reduced lot sizes, expedited permitting. When we can reduce delay, increase density, and improve feasibility, that's when projects get built. That's when projects pencil, and it really works for the work that we're doing. This was something we wanted to highlight that we feel is important and bring to your attention, that master plans must include housing elements in certain population ranges. It kind of varies what that looks like based on population. But in a community with 100,000 to 700,000 population, there is a required housing element as part of their master plans. In much larger communities, 700,000 plus, there are additional planning requirements. And then in our smaller communities, there are options as to how those get implemented. And the point here is that housing is statutory. It's not optional. It's a master plan is a blueprint for a community to work against. And these tools, these implementation tools, are part of helping that plan come to life. Okay. Now, talking about some financial tools. While it's not the only component, financing is the major factor. We need the investment to be able to do this. Direct financial tools that, if used strategically, can really reduce those upfront costs, such as public land donation or discount. In our rural communities, we've worked with a handful who have brought land to the party. That brings that initial cost way down. Long-term ground leases, impact fee waivers, tax increment financing for the upfront infrastructure. Again, we can reduce our upfront costs if we tap into some of these tools and then extend that long-term capacity. But again, the financial mix still requires a really important ingredient, and that is creativity. And Ms. Bongiorno, you brought up a wonderful point about conversions, hotel motel conversions, commercial building conversions. This is one example of a creative strategy. Carson City actually has several properties doing this. It's really cool to see these things happen. Adaptive reuse like that, it's often faster to get those units online, comes at a lower cost. Being focused on strategic redevelopment, again, we can add units quickly, and we can also meet specific community wants, needs, if we're kind of tapping into those existing structures. So putting all of this together, regulation, rules, finance, creative strategies, there's a core concept that kind of comes to light here, and that is alignment. Housing gets shaped at every single level, at the state level, local level, with those federal tools, public-private partnerships, and acceleration relies solely on alignment. Not just one of these tools, but the alignment of those tools and the people who can put those into play. The opportunity here is coordination. It's not just funding. And that's how we're able to do our work. Through great coordination and alignment and understanding these tools and how they can come together, we can fulfill our mission and serve seniors and families and our rural communities, which is what we're set up to do. And with that, I'd love to take any questions. I also have our Executive Director, Bill Brewer, here to help answer any questions that might be more in his wheelhouse.
Thank you so much, Katie. Ms. Coleman. Forum members, do we have any questions? Mr. Slaughter?
Frank Slaughter, District 11. That's a dizzying array of moving parts that you guys have to coordinate. I mean, it's almost incomprehensible to me. But one of my, I talked about it in the beginning of our session, was how about the smaller homes, like, I'm just going to give them an example, boxable homes in rural communities. We're talking about 375 square feet in one home. How many people can you put in? I'm sure you can't put in more than two, preferably one person. Have you ever thought about those as a low-cost way of solving some of the rural problems for older seniors, or seniors older?
Absolutely, and that type of product came into a conversation we were having just yesterday about creative solutions. And one of the challenges we face in rural Nevada is the stick-built challenge of not having the workforce to be able to do that in rural Nevada, not having the supplies. In some of these areas, it's hard to buy a box of nails same day because you have to drive to get those things. And so having those kinds of products, manufactured products that we can bring into a community, put them up easily, put them up faster, have them be that right size, that right fit for seniors or single occupants or what have you. That is always on the radar. Creative solutions, maybe even things we don't know about. We are constantly taking a look at it, and we will listen to anyone who has a product or has an idea that might contribute to that. But rural is a different game. It's a different area, especially in the frontier areas that are so significantly removed from our urban centers.
Well, I'd like to thank you for at least looking into that. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Thorne.
Thank you, at Thorne District 12. These are beautiful facilities that you guys are building. I mean, they're absolutely gorgeous. My question is, after you put them up, who maintains them and what's the funding for all of that? Because clearly going to require additional work once you get them in place. And as they age, it's even going to get worse.
I'll have Bill address this one. Mr. Brewer.
Hi, Bill Brewer, Nevada Rural Housing Executive Director. I knew Katie was going to get me up here. That's a great question, and I will start by saying that that's a critical piece of affordability for these kinds of developments. There's really two things that go into the rent in a development. One is the operating cost, and the other is debt that's required to build the facility. And so we really can't do much about the operating cost, but we can sometimes control the amount of debt that's on a facility through government programs and that kind of thing. And so in a project like Pioche, for example, much of that debt has been eliminated, and so we can keep the rents more affordable. Long term, though, we have to include in our rent value some reserves that are required to make repairs over the long haul. And so we will set aside money each year based on the rents that we collect to help cover some of those long-term repairs. And we have to be prepared for that just like anything else. So we'd probably be looking at a major rehabilitation with some cost after 30 years or so, 25, 30 years. But in the meantime, we're keeping it up to shape with the rents that we collect.
Thanks. So your ongoing costs or your ongoing maintenance, like someone's got to mow the lawn, someone's got to trim the trees, that's also included, plus setting aside monies in reserve for future major repairs and maintenance.
That is correct. Those are
Okay.
our operating costs.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brewer. The chair recognizes Ms. Bongiorno.
Joanne Bongiorno, District 10. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I know when I first moved here, 93% of all Nevada property was government owned. I think it's something like 83%. If we could get land acquisitions from the federal government in releasing some of these land, that might be a great deal of help because the cost comes in the land acquisition, as you said. And then there's the other bone of contention people have with what we call the water shortage in some areas, in Pahrump, not Pahrump, but I love Pahrump, but in like Sandy Valley, for example, there is an artesian well. Many people don't know that, but it's just being able to reach it. Therefore, is it any possibility that we'd be able to get the federal government to release more land so that we can proceed with what you're doing? Thank you.
Go for it.
Bill Brewer again for the record. Certainly there is that possibility. We've had many discussions over time about that. The thing to remember about land is it might be of help and not necessarily, on the other hand. For example, Federal lands largely are on the outskirts of the community, and so acquiring a parcel of federal land would require extension of roads, utilities, all those kinds of things that would really drive up the cost of developing that property and would not be particularly helpful, particularly for lower income tenants who need ready access to things like shopping and work and those kinds of things. There are some federal lands that are surrounded by cityscape. Fernley, and just using rural Nevada as a good example, there are even more of these in the Las Vegas area and Reno area, but Fernley's a good example where there are some parcels of land where the city has just grown up around it, and those parcels could be well utilized for affordable housing. The challenge that we have there is just getting the federal government to move on that. I can tell you that Mr. Amadei has had a lands bill put together, including many of those parcels for years, and it just can't get the traction in Congress to make that happen. So that's part of the challenge we face.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Ms. Daniels. Ms. Daniels, did you have a question? Thank you. The chair will then recognize Mr. Troth.
Roger Troth, District 18 in Southern Nevada. Question on how your Crestmore and Pioche operations are run. Is there a contractor that does day-to-day management, maintenance, rent collecting, working with the people that live there? And then what government agency oversees that process?
That's a great, Bill Brewer again for the record. That's a great question. That's been a challenge for us over the years. About 5 years ago, Nevada Rural Housing established its own management company. And so we manage our own properties throughout rural Nevada, which presents some challenges. For example, overseeing 32 units in a remote community like Pioche is challenging. It's very difficult to go out on the street and hire a company that's willing to do that kind of thing. So we do that ourselves, and we're particular about how we maintain our properties. We want to maintain them to a high standard so that, for example, if my mother needed to live in one of those properties, I'd want to be proud of her living there. And so we try to maintain to that kind of a standard. We look after all of the normal maintenance, lawn mowing, fixing the leaky faucet, you name it, we look after all of that.
So you hire employees to do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We have
Then the second one is, okay, a little bit of follow-up on that then is, when the rents are paid and collected to offset the cost of that, is the state providing the other funds to maintain all the other things that you talked about, mortgage, support? Is that a combination of federal and state money?
So on the mortgage side of things, we get some money. There are a number of sources that go into that. Many, if not most of those, are administered by Nevada Housing Division. You'll probably hear some more about that in a minute. But those are largely federal resources that are administered by the division. So we're talking about low-income housing tax credits, private activity bonds, home funds, trust funds, those kinds of things. And so Steve Acroth, the administrator at the division, likes to call that the funding lasagna because there's so many layers in that, and that's really what it looks like. And so that keeps the cost down on the debt side, and then the rents have to cover everything else. There are some subsidies that go into those rents. As Katie mentioned, we have some USDA subsidies out there in some of our properties that allow the tenant to pay basically 30% of their income, and the subsidy covers the rest. We also have some HUD subsidies out there.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Smith in Carson City.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to take a kind of overview of all of your properties and ask the question of what percentage of your units are occupied by senior citizens?
That's a great question. I'd have to say, just a guess, because I haven't looked at that specific number, but we're probably about 25% set aside for senior citizens, people at 55 or up. But we also have some senior citizens living in some of our family units, and so I don't know exactly what those numbers might be.
And we'd be happy, Katie Coleman for the record, we'd be happy to follow up with demographic information about the remaining properties outside of those handful of senior dedicated properties. I'd be happy to do that.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Good.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. Slaughter.
Yes, Frank Slaughter, District 11. I got just one question. It's a variable as far as what we haven't talked about. It's the people that are modestly or heavily subsidized in this home. What accountability do they have to maintain the property since it's paid by the taxpayer?
So Bill Brewer, if I understand the question correctly, you're asking about the maintenance of the property where those tenants are heavily subsidized. Is that correct?
I'm asking about personal responsibility, accountability for the maintenance of the property in the area.
Yeah, so the tenants certainly have a responsibility to maintain their apartment, their own living unit. Beyond that, it's up to us to maintain the rest of the property. And we do that out of the rent that's levied.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions at this time? Seeing none, we want to thank Katie Coleman and Mr. Brewer for their time and their effort. You had a lot of questions and we appreciate the answers. Thank you so much. At this time, we're going to address agenda item number 8, an overview of affordable housing programs administered by the Housing Division, Department of Business and Industry. And we have Mr. Offcroft and Ms. Christine Hess.
Good afternoon, President and members of the forum. For the record, my name is Steve Acroth. I am the administrator of the Nevada Housing Division. With me today is Christine Hess. She is our Chief Financial Officer. I want to thank the forum for giving us the opportunity to explain exactly what we do at the Nevada Housing Division. And so we will roll through exactly what our role is. And how we interact with some of the folks that you've already heard about. So NHD is a division within the Department of Business and Industry in the executive branch of the Nevada state government. We were established in 1975, so we've been around for about 50 years. I've been administrator now for about 8 or 9 years. We are what is considered a state housing finance agency. Within the United States, there's actually roughly 54 of us. So each state has a state housing finance agency. New York City, DC, Virgin Islands, and Puerto Rico all have their own. So 54 of us. And we are the state of Nevada. You can see our mission there on this slide. But basically what we do is it's been estimated that our services and what we do touches the lives of 1 in 4 Nevadans. Through homeownership opportunities, through multifamily development, through grants and assistance, through the oversight of manufactured housing, weatherization, and data extrapolation. And I want to take a minute here. I always like to say this. The Housing Division, I don't want to say we don't do anything, because we do a hell of a lot, and you're going to hear about that in the next 5, 10, 15 minutes. But we don't do anything without partnership. And all of the agencies that you've heard from previously in this meeting have worked with the division in some way, shape, or form, or are continuing to work with the division in some way, shape, or form. So we really rely on public, private, and nonprofit relationships to do our work. Next slide. Going over the programs, traditional programs that we handle, we have our Home is Possible home ownership program, very complementary to what Ms. Coleman was alluding to in her presentation with Nevada Rural Housing. So that is a down payment assistance program. And we have first-time homebuyer programs, but those first-time homebuyer programs, I'll emphasize, I believe she did also, apply to those who have not owned a home for 3+ years. So if for whatever reason you sold your home in COVID or you sold your home in the recession because you were a homeowner at one point, you actually can come back and qualify for first-time homebuyer programs. We do multifamily programs. I'm going to spend a lot of time on that in this presentation because there were a number of questions asked about what that looks like and how we build those. Some time spent on our grant programs, which are all federally tied in one way or another, other than a couple. And then also manufactured housing and weatherization. So our multifamily programs, as I mentioned, we have two. As the State Housing Finance Agency, we are allocated tax credits for the development of housing. And it's very, very important to note that these two programs, the 9% and the 4% program, and please don't get hung up on those numbers because this is going to get a little bit complex, but this is how probably 90% of the affordable housing in every state in the country is built. These are federal programs, as was indicated earlier. So it's a tax credit program. Effectively, what it does is it creates equity that gets put into the project. Imagine if you owned your own apartment building and you were going to charge rents. You would go to a bank, you would have a business plan, and through that business plan, if you were going to come out and try to get a loan from that institution, you'd have to demonstrate, hey, I can afford to charge whatever the amount is to my residents. I anticipate X amount of vacancy, and that's how I'm going to determine my rent levels. Through the market, what the market can support and what the debt can support. When you charge people who are at 30, 50, 60% area median income levels, those are determined federally by HUD, what those income levels are, and what those allowable rents are. So in order, if you were going to rent an apartment at $2,000 a month, just for sake of argument and easy math, but the law only allows you to rent at $1,000 a month, you now have to subsidize that debt and bring some equity into that project to make it pencil. And that's what we're going to talk about for the next 5 or 10 minutes. So very important that these are the federal programs that are provided to the division to create and preserve all the affordable housing within the state. Sure, go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, committee. Thank you so much for your commitment to our senior Nevadans. They need the support for sure. I just want to add, and importantly, the properties that Nevada Rural Housing showed you, and the programs we're talking about when we're building apartments that have rents that are lower than market rate and that are restricted, and restricted also for household income levels. When we build or support the building of one of these properties, it's affordable for 30 years. So when you listen to us discuss these, understand when we're in a financing deal, it is different than a market rate apartment, right? Because we are now going to monitor the compliance of that apartment, the health and safety of it, but also that they're keeping those rents at the allowed rents and restricting them for incomes for 30 years.
Next slide. So there are two methods in which this, Steve Acroft for the record, there are two methods in which we're able to provide tax credits for this housing. And the first is private activity volume cap. Every year, the IRS determines an amount of private activity volume cap that a state can receive. Currently, we're receiving about 400 million in private activity authority. So that allows us to issue debt to support the projects. Now, along with that debt comes tax credits. Now, these private activity bonds can be used for lots and lots of uses. Wastewater, infrastructure, just lots of other units, lots of other uses other than housing. I'm only concerned with housing. But when you use those private activity bonds for other things, economic development and infrastructure, tax credits do not come along with those private activity bonds. This is the one area in which tax credits are applied, and that's by IRS rule. The main thing that I want to point out here is, as I mentioned, I've been administrator for 8 years now, call it. The last 7 years, I can tell you, the division has received roughly 95 to 100% of the private activity bond cap every year for the development of affordable housing. This has been recognized by previous administrations, this administration's, and the Department of Business and Industry as the highest priority and best use for the development of affordable housing. The second way that we get funding for the development of affordable housing is through the 9% program. And again, this is allocated by the IRS. And this is just basically we get not tax credits associated with the volume cap, but tax credits just issued to us. So, and that is determined, again, per capita across the country. We get roughly probably about 10 million to 12 million annually from the federal government to issue, and we do that through what's called a qualified allocation plan. The next slide is really important to understand the difficulties in developing this. And I mentioned sort of the comparison to a market rate apartment if you were going to develop. Mr. Brewer referred to the lasagna financing. This is a great example of what we do. This is an older project, but it was a true project. So if you look at this and you start at the bottom, there's some home funds in the yellow that we get from HUD that a jurisdiction or the division can provide as equity or debt into the project. Then there's some cash from the operations. So that's sort of what the developer is doing. The deferred developer fee, developers do make money because we need that private nonprofit partnership to sustain this, but they will defer their dollars until the project is up and cash flowing. The tax credit equity, this is the amount that is created by the sale of those tax credits. So when we issue tax credits to a project, it doesn't just miraculously appear as money in the project. They actually have to go out and sell to somebody who needs that tax credit. And that's usually a big giant corporation that is looking to reduce their tax liability to the federal government. So that's sort of the method for how that is done. So a developer like an NRH, as an example, will get those they'll be able to sell those tax credits to a private entity. That private entity will exchange those dollars for those tax credits. What's really important is they get the benefit of those tax credits for 10 years. So that's why you'll see, we don't, I mentioned that we do about 10 to 12 million in tax credits. You'll see 23 million in this particular project. They didn't get 2 years worth of tax credits. They're getting 10 years worth of tax credits. They were probably, in this particular example, maybe 3 million a year, right? 30 million, 23 million is what the net gain is there. Then through private activity bonds, they have the tax exempt housing, the darker green in this thermometer picture. And tax exempt debt typically is less than private market debt. So again, the bonds that are issued to the project actually will be less debt to make sure. Now, we can do all of that. We can do all of that. And if you look at the sources in here, we come up to, we've filled the pot up 95%. 95%. We're still 5% short. So even though we have all these funds, the project can't get built. If you haven't heard this before from me, the analogy I like to make is you walk into a dollar store, and let's assume everything at the dollar store actually costs $1. It worked better when that was the case. It was a better analogy. But if you walk in with 95 cents, you're coming out with nothing, because there's nothing at the dollar store for 95 cents. But if you walk in with $1, you can come out with something. So that red financing gap is the problem, one of the problems, and the bigger problem that we have in developing multifamily tax credit, low-income protected housing.
Steve, that's great. And I will say, actually, the dollar store is a perfect example, because the financing gap is also no longer $1. So when I look at this capital stack, this project is a few years old. A project this size right now is seeing a financing gap of easily around 5 million, sometimes 8 million, 10 million. I think it's really important for this group to know, and for the public to also know, especially I can speak specifically if the housing division, for example, provided HUD home funds, the yellow at the bottom, that would be a loan. When we look at the red section up above, if we're providing subordinate debt, it's a loan. It comes back. It's rare that funds are coming in as grants. Typically in the housing division space, when you see us providing a grant to a development project, it's because they are serving extremely low income, well below 30% of area median income, some of our most vulnerable populations, and potentially the supportive housing. We may also now, with the new tool, and I think Administrator Acroth will talk about this a little, be utilizing state tax credits, right? So we have a federal tax credit tool. We also administer a state tax credit that's going to be expiring. Our state tax credit pricing is the best in the country. It's amazing. We are getting 88 to 90 cents on the dollar. We have partners that are getting 60 cents on the dollar. So I can tell you, as a state, we are really stewarding our funds. We happen to be the body, but as a whole, with our development partners and community and local jurisdictions, we're really stewarding funds in an incredible way to help make these projects happen.
So, Steve Acroth again for the record. You heard Marcy Coopersmith talk about we need stuff done now because all the stuff that we're talking about takes 2 or 3 years. Here's basically how long development takes, is demonstrated on this slide. So we'll receive an application, and this is just from the division's perspective. This does not account for the developer finding the land, negotiating, and figuring out all the pre-development, if you will, architectural plans, things of that nature. This is really when it comes to the division. So they'll submit an application, and we'll review it, and we'll do some underwriting because we want to make sure that it's going to be sustainable, and their project is within the bounds of the low-income housing tax credit program. Then we go to the Board of Finance. This is a 4% project, but it's very similar for the 9% project. There's some different things, but the timeline's about the same. All our bond projects are approved by the Board of Finance here at the state of Nevada, which is the governor, the treasurer, the controller, and 2 at-large members. They have to approve our issuance of debt. So we go to the Board of Finance, we get approval, then we need to go through some specific rigmarole, I'll phrase it that way, with negotiations and trying to really solidify that capital stack that was on the previous slide. That takes roughly about 6 months. Then they'll close on financing. Then usually a month or two after that, construction actually begins. And then by the time a certificate of occupancy is issued, we're in about 18 months, 2 years, little shorter in the south because there's weather, not the harsh winters that we typically have up here, but it can be anywhere from 18 to 24 months. So when she was referring to things to do now, this is the space that we occupy. And you're going to see we're going to talk about some initiatives that we've done over the past few years and what that results in. But to understand exactly what we do, if Bill Brewer comes to me and says, I've got an idea, that idea will not come to fruition for about 3 years. So hopefully your heads have not exploded yet, because that's a lot to take in. It's very, very complex and it's very difficult to understand. And I'll throw in a caveat here. We'll be happy to talk to anybody all day long about the development of affordable housing. So this is not the end of my presentation, but I just want to take a minute here. If you want a better understanding of what that is and what that looks like, happy to meet with everybody individually or however that works. Grant programs. We basically have 4 HUD programs, 3 HUD programs that come to the division. And again, this is determined by HUD. That's the Home Program, the National Housing Trust Fund, and the Emergency Solution Grants. These 3 sources have historically laid at that level for the past 8 years. The Home Program has been about $3 million a year. The National Housing Trust Fund, there was one bump one year, but basically has been about $3 million a year. And the Emergency Solutions Grant is about $4.4 million a year. The State Affordable Housing Trust Fund is the match for the Home Fund. It's required that the state, if you're going to accept home funds, you have to have a matching source. So that's what the Affordable Housing Trust Fund is. That is supported by the real estate property transfer tax. You heard the Nevada Housing Coalition talk a little bit about that. So that changes annually depending on how many real estate sales occur within the state of Nevada that are subject to the real estate property transfer tax. So it says $9 million annually. It can vary anywhere from about 7 to about 12. We've seen it. But basically, you take all these programs, add them all up, they're about 15 to 20 million annually. And it's been that way for a long period of time in these particular programs. Next slide. Not yet. Okay, we do run 2 other programs. One is the lot rent subsidy program. And the lot rent subsidy program is a program that will help support folks who live in manufactured homes, which they own, but they're in a mobile home park, in a manufactured housing community where they don't have control over their rent for the land. And so they're eligible to apply and get up to $150 a month through the division. That is a direct program. When I talk about, this one actually requires management and park cooperation also. To a certain extent, so we partner with them to provide that. And then we also have our weatherization assistance program. This is supported with generally federal funds that we get, and that is a sort of a home retrofit program specifically geared towards reducing your energy bills. We contract with a number of folks, Nevada Rural. Do we still work with you? Not anymore. Okay. That's what I thought, but I wasn't 100% sure. We used to work with Nevada Rural, but we work with Help of Southern Nevada. We work with Rural Nevada Development out of Ely. And what they will do is they'll send an energy auditor out to a home, as long as you're qualified. And while you might want windows and a new door, if the energy auditor determines that you're going to get new insulation, you get new insulation. So it is a limit on exactly the dollar amount that we can put in to each home, federally determined, and then also what is the biggest bang for the buck that you're going to get in reducing your energy burden. So I want to talk about some of the things that we've done recently, and this is all post-pandemic. So some of you have heard about the Home Means Nevada initiative. The Home Means Nevada initiative was $500 million of federal funds provided to the division for the development of affordable housing within the state. And when I say affordable, it was really designed for lower income strata. We did have some home ownership opportunities. We did have some land. We did have some preservation. We currently have 56 projects going through that. Of the $500 million, $380 million has already been spent. And we anticipate that all that money, because it has to be expended by December of 2026, will be expended. It's important to note that this was one-shot funding. Now, as Christine has indicated, a lot of this money went out in loans, and it goes out in loans for reasons I can't fully explain, but for the benefit when we use it in a tax credit project, it helps create basis so they get better financing and more equity from those tax credits. That's another story, but at some point, 20, 30 years down the road, I won't be here. Well, I won't be administrator. Hopefully I'm still here. Some of that money will come back for the redevelopment and redeployment of affordable housing. Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, actually, I just want to really showcase that point. These are not forgivable loans. They are going to be paid back. We may begin to see some of the payback actually as soon as next year, starting to trickle in, and we'll be putting that into the state's account to redeploy. Of the $500 million, $240 million went out as loans. That is coming back to the state to continue the work of affordable housing. Also, I just want to shout out this program. We only budgeted $1.6 million for admin. That doesn't count our time, mine and Steve's, which we go every IFC meeting. But what we do is we contract with third-party consultants, an accountant, a fiscal component, and a compliance component over the reimbursements. Multifamily properties that are new or that we are rehabilitating pay a compliance fee, so our compliance team will also be reimbursed as they go out in the future on these properties. But it's just really something that we're very proud of at the division to maximize these dollars. And across the country, on a per capita basis, Nevada put in the biggest commitment of American Rescue Plan Act funds into housing, hands down.
So the next thing that I'll point out here is $37 million for the enactment of the Windsor Park Environmental Justice Act. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that. I'm happy to answer questions if you do have questions on that, because it was very specific. But that also received an additional $25 million in the 2025 session. The next thing that I'll mention is $32.2 million, which created the Nevada Supportive Housing Fund. That was supplemented, and you heard this from Maurice Page at the Nevada Housing Coalition, by an additional $21 million in the 25 session and its permanence in the state budget. And I know Christine wants to talk about this, so I'm going to let her go talk about the Supportive Housing Development Fund real quick.
Yes, so thank you. And I got to be on both sides of this. I helped advocate for it, and then now I support the deploying and administration of these dollars for this incredibly important housing. The point I'm going to make here, these are the first general funds that Administrator Acroth has spoken about today. all of the work that we do as a housing finance agency, until these funds came to the division, we did not use general funds. So I just want that to sit there, not to say that we don't want them and we aren't putting them to good use. We are. And in fact, the Assembly Bill 540 that you've heard a couple of our partners speak about also had general funds come, and we are again putting those to good use. But it's just exciting how we are leveraging all the possible resources we can to reach Nevadans for housing.
Steve Acroth again for the record. And that brings us to AB 540, which was passed in the last session. That was, again, $133 million of state general funds, the single largest investment of state monies into housing in the state's history. Passed the Assembly, 42-0. So I think that's really tells you that there is impetus for the development of the supply of attainable housing and affordable housing in the state. Do you want to speak a little bit more about some of the, where we are with the Attainable Fund?
Yes, thank you. So this project, again, was really, we are just honored to be able to do the work of the people, of the legislator, of the governor's office, and a housing task force that put this forward. But again, as we think about this $133 million, we've already put out an application process, made awards. The Housing Division and Nevada Rural Housing, we took $25 million. The initial allocation plan was provided in statute, but it was $83 million for development, $25 million for local governments, and $25 million for homeownership. The Housing Division, we were a little greedy. We took $18 million, and we also provided $4 million to our partners, Nevada Rural Housing, but that's because we started and launched programs December 1st, and that money is already out the doors because this is the work we do every day. And so we did put $3 million out for competitive grants, and we just awarded $750,000 each to 4 different projects, 3 of which are in Clark County, 1 is in rural Nevada. I just want to emphasize here, the local government fund is a match. When you heard Nevada Rural Housing, I love their presentations, and they spoke about the local government role and commitment. We have some local governments that are just killing it, but it's also killing them. It's expensive and costing them to incentivize. So the state came in and we are reimbursing them half of what their cost was when they're providing incentives for this housing. So that's new. We awarded $9 million. We still have $16 million left. And then of the $83 million for development, we just awarded $64 million across 19 different projects that will help create, this is all new supply, 5,300 units. 358 of those are for sale housing. This is also the first time you're going to hear us talk about for sale housing because we don't do this. So we really don't know what we're doing, but we kind of do. So it's exciting to work in this public-private partnership space. I also just wanted to emphasize that of these funds, again, $60 million of the $86 million that are committed so far, $60 million are in the form of loans and will be coming back to the state to work again. 40 million of that 60 should return within 4 years of the initial distribution. So we're hoping again to continue to put the work of the dollars out the door. We only awarded 2 grants in the 64 million, $1.5 million each, supportive housing projects in the south and the north.
Thank you, Christine. The bottom line is, if you look at it, since basically 2021, post-pandemic, I talked earlier about what we received in private activity bond cap and our tax credits and our 15 to 20 million annually in HUD funding. In the past, 5 years, $748 million. Some of it federal, some of it state. In addition to what we traditionally had received, we've received and are actively putting out on the streets. Now, the stuff that Christine mentioned in the attainable account, go back to my timeline chart. Most of that, some of it is out the door, right, in December, but most of the development will be 2 to 3 years from now, the results from it. You want to go next? So, talking about some senior housing examples, in that private activity bond space, $2.1 billion billion with a B, has been provided to multifamily construction, and over 14,000 units in that time have been created, preserved, or are currently under construction. 40% of those units have been approved for solely senior properties, resulting in 5,700 units of senior housing. Now, Katie did indicate in her last presentation, seniors can live in any of those 14,000 units. Now, doing quick math, 9,000 of them are family units, but seniors can still live there. So you're not just limited to the 5,700 units. Seniors can live in all of the units that are created. And as was indicated by Kate, or actually, I think it was Maurice, 55 plus is the definition of a senior in this space. Not that you want to live potentially in a family development, I understand that, but senior housing, seniors can live in any of these housing examples. Through the 9% program, 3,100 units have been created. 44% of those are specific senior properties, resulting in about 1,370 units of senior housing. The Home Means Nevada program is projecting 3,000 plus units of affordable housing being created, specific to 1,200 units of senior affordable housing. And we have provided $16 million in the Home Means Nevada program to be spent on rehabilitation. I mentioned the weatherization program. Weatherization focuses strictly on energy efficiency. We've provided monies to Nevada Rural, to the Rebuilding Together folks, both in the north and the south, so that they can build ramps. They can build accessibility components into a home and allow folks to age in in place. We all age in space. Maurice touched on some of this, so I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on it. But this was the housing legislation that was passed in 2025 that the division was sort of monitoring and had it would impact the division to a certain extent. A couple of things I want to talk about here. We mentioned the $21 million in AB 366 additional. AB 475, the eviction diversion funding, that was another $21 million that was provided to local jurisdictions. So we do not have purview over that particular bucket of funds, if you will. But both of those were spun off of AB 540. We mentioned $133 million. Well, if you take $42 million that were provided here, it was a total investment of general funds, $175 million in the state for attainable housing and rental assistance and supportive housing. It was mentioned earlier in one of the questions about AB 540 about rental assistance. They were actually going to pull that out of the bill. We did not provide any funding for rental assistance in AB 540 currently. I want to emphasize that, currently. Because they did the eviction diversion funding, they kind of felt that we didn't need to keep rental assistance as part of AB 540, but we wanted to make sure that if we were going to get $133 million, if we were not able to do development, that monies could be provided for rental assistance. So we're doing an annual plan. The idea behind AB 540 was to increase supply. You've heard about the deficit of housing that we've had from the Gwynn Center, from the coalition. This is a way to get that done. And I want to emphasize here, these are huge steps. We have a huge deficit to overcome. So we talk about 3,000 units being created here, or $2.1 billion in authority to issue bonds. We're still behind the 8 ball, but that's what we have to contend with. So we're doing the best we can with what we have. The last things is Nia still in Las Vegas? Nia, if you're in Las Vegas, if you can approach the dais and I'll introduce you. There she is. The last thing I want to talk about, two things. Number one is Nevada Housing Search. This is a division funded website where we have listed our affordable housing properties. So if you want to find out what properties are available to you, you can go to this site. It is ADA compliant. They have an 800 number if you're not able to talk to anybody here, anybody, or you just don't use the web. And then we also have Nia Gurma, who I'm going to introduce. She is our affordable housing liaison. So she is in our office to talk to constituents, to guide them to services that either the division provides or, because we partner, as I mentioned previously, whoever we might partner with or know who can assist anybody in the housing ecosystem. And Nia, if you'd like to provide a few words, please do.
Thank you so much, Steve. Good afternoon. My name is, for the record, is Nia Gurma, and I proudly serve as the Affordable Housing Liaison. Thank you so much, Chair Jordan and the members of the forum for having me today. I won't go through our programs and all of the things that were so eloquently broken down, but I do want to say that in my role, and I serve proudly for the division and have for a number of years, but I work directly with the community, with local partners, most of which, a lot of which were here represented today, as well as residents across Nevada, to help connect people to the housing assistance and the programs, and making sure that our programs are not only accessible but effective. So what does that mean? You've heard about the range of programs and things available. We have found here on the ground level, and I say on the ground level, I speak to many constituents on a daily basis who are looking for housing, who are struggling to find affordable housing or need assistance with rental. So the need is very, very prominent. What I do is to direct those individuals to the resources that we have available through the state, and also connect them with partners who are able to provide some more effective direct services to them. I like to use our division as a no wrong door approach, so that even though they call the division or email the division or even are inquiring by walking into our office, we don't want to turn them away without a tangible resource and resolution for their problem. Sometimes that does mean tempering expectations when it comes to the availability of affordable housing. But I also serve to provide any information that all of our constituents, specifically our seniors on a fixed income who have a limited access to digital, capability, that they're just not that good on the internet, don't have the access, or using, as Steve mentioned, we do have a toll-free number that it's available all business hours of the day to help and direct and help them set those parameters. So on that website, NV Housing Search, you'll find not only a list of all of these agencies that came before us today, that some of the programs that Steve and Christine talked about are required to list their affordable income-based units on the Nevada Housing Division search, but they're also required to share with us the resources that they have available in the state. Thank you so much for your time.
And that concludes our presentation. Happy to answer questions. I apologize in advance. We took probably longer than we were scheduled to, but I think, as we were mentioned, I think by every single group that was here preceding us, we figured we probably needed to give you a full overview of what we do. And happy to answer questions, and we got all day.
Mr. Ashcroft, we really appreciate this very, very, very comprehensive presentation. It was wonderful. On behalf of the forum, we want to thank Mr. Ashcroft and Ms. Hess, along with Ms. Gurma, for their presence today. And at this time, we will open the floor for questions. Forum members, if you have questions, please let me know.
Madam Chair, this is
The
Greg
floor,
Smith.
the floor recognizes Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Michelle Johnson, Senate District 6. Can you tell me the possible max for the grants for the Home is Possible homeownership program? And the weatherization program, though you probably don't have anything on the weatherization.
Steve Acroth, for the record. The Home is Possible program is usually based off a percentage of the down payment that is necessary. So 2, 3, or 4%. So that can vary. I will tell you that through the Essential Worker Program that was established through AB 540, it's $20,000 maximum. As far as the weatherization program, I'm going to have to get back to you on that. We actually have a weatherization policy advisory committee starting in 15 minutes, but so my weatherization folks are tied up. But that is determined federally, but we can provide the max dollar amount to the committee.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got probably 3 questions. You mentioned something about a 30-year time limit on a project, and what happens after that 30 years? Where's the project go?
Thank you. Is it Mr. Smith? Is it director? I don't know. Thanks for the question. So as was indicated previously, there is a 30-year affordability period prescribed in IRS code. There is a way to get out of that. There are 2 ways to get out of that. One is if your property is foreclosed upon, or at 15 years, there's something called a qualified contract. For the past 8 years, we have not allowed the qualified contract to be used. And so when you sign up for the division, when we give you tax credits, when we're going to get you bond authority, you have to waive your rights to that qualified contract. So all our properties are, and have been for about 10 years now, done for 30 years. Now, in the 9% program, you get extra points if you do extra affordability. So if you go 50 years, you're going to, because that's a competitive program for those tax credits. If you go 50 years, you're going to get extra points. And so now those projects typically are affordable for 50 years. However, to answer your question, what happens at year 30? A couple of things can potentially happen. Number one, they go out and it's sort of like the military. They did their hitch, they got their funding, and they can leave the affordable program. We don't want to see that happen. We want to make sure that they stay in the program. So as it was indicated by Mr. Brewer earlier, about 20, 25 years, we'll come back. We want you to come back for rehabilitation, and you're eligible to receive additional tax credits if you choose to. We want to keep you in our portfolio. We want to keep you affordable. And so that's called preservation. And so we do an awful lot of preservation also in our bond issuances and through our tax credits. So that typically happens around year 20-ish. It does cause a little bit of consternation from the standpoint of we have a very limited amount of funds. You were supposed to go 30 years, but we also know that after 20 years, these properties need some help. They have some rehabilitation costs. They might need new roofs. They might need new appliances. They might need, all kinds of different structural things. And so we're able to come to the table and provide the funding to do that.
From a policy perspective, in the 2021 session, Senate Bill 12 requires our properties to provide a 12-month notification to the housing division and the local jurisdiction where they are, and also to the tenants if they are going to be, if their affordability period is expiring, or if they happen to be prior to that time period and they choose to do the QC route. They only have a $10,000 fine opportunity. $10,000 in these deals is nothing, frankly, if they don't do this. But it is something that is helpful. And the housing division is working very closely with local jurisdictions. right now more on a one-on-one basis, but it's something that we are hoping to formalize and have a true preservation program and program lead, because it's incredibly important as we now have a portfolio. We don't want to have all of this work done and then lose these properties.
My next question is, moving forward, do you think your federal money coming in is going to hold? Do you think it's going to get cut? Any way you can plan for that?
Steve Acroth, for the record, probably the best way that I can phrase it is, at this point, we view these as stable. They've been the way they have been for a number of years. Now, there are a couple of things that I haven't indicated. There are two bills currently running their way through Congress. One is the 21st Century Housing Act. I may have the names wrong. The other is the Road to Housing. One is in the House, one is in the Senate. They do a lot of different things for housing. And as you can see from our presentation, we rely heavily on the federal government to do things. And I think that's the gist of your question. What's really, really, really encouraging, even in this environment, is the Road to Housing Act passed the House 390 to 9. Do you see that ever in DC anymore? You don't. Now, it has to get through the Senate, and they have a different thing, but I think what you're seeing is a coalescence on the Hill to really deal with this housing situation, because it's not just Nevada. Everything you've heard today doesn't apply just to Nevada. It's in 50 states, plus our territories.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I really, really, really want to thank Ms. Hess and Mr. Hodgecroft for this great presentation. I was just thinking to myself, maybe I'll go back to school and get another degree if I get through all of the paperwork. So get to your meeting. We appreciate your being here this afternoon.
Thank you. It certainly was our pleasure.
At this time, we would like very much to have item 9, our facilitator reports on issues of importance to seniors. And we'd like to start out with Mr. Smith up in Carson City. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since our last meeting, we have been working in the north a little bit about, and the speakers we heard from earlier, we met directly with them. And I'm going to speak from my point of view at this point. Met with them. Some of the things, they gave us a whole list of their priorities. But so everyone knows, the number one objective is to advocate and support the increase of affordable and appropriate housing for our elders. That was number one by far. Others went on to say work with partners to support rental assistance, support shared intergenerational missing middle housing, and advocate for policymakers to incorporate affordable and appropriate age-friendly housing, advocate and support lead agencies working to reduce the Washoe County homelessness, and it kind of deteriorates from there. But that's kind of roughly what they talked about. And on a more personal note, I did meet with my local union's retired association and a couple of other associations in different locals, and they pretty much shared the same thing. It gets to be a point of housing now. I mean, all we're seeing across country is housing costs go up. Affordable housing is just a fraction, and no way to get it. It keeps, the gap's just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And those of us that are locked into frozen amount of income, you're locked, you're in a corner. And so that's kind of what I hear all the way around, is housing is the biggest issue. So we just have to figure out how we want to piece something together in the shape of a bill to submit to the legislature. Anyone else from the north want to comment? I think that kind of sums it up from here. Yeah. But thank you for the opportunity. I did appreciate that.
Thank you so much, Mr. Smith. We certainly appreciate the fine work that you're doing up there. And yes, we are moving along with housing. Forum members, do you have any questions for Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith, I think you're kind of lucky. Everybody's worn out. At this time, we'd like to hear from our own Ms. Johnson, who we have to say we really acknowledge and appreciate her coming today because she's got a seriously broken arm and she's doing her very best. So we thank her for her presence today. The floor is yours.
I find it very hard to write with my right hand broken, but I'm a firm believer that housing, including homelessness, rentals, and home ownership, is a statewide issue affecting the senior population. We have close to 800,000 residents that are 60 years or older, and we have only 21 statewide members on this forum. So I think it's imperative we pull together to determine the goal for 2026. Today, we heard from rural housing, from the Housing Division, from the University of Nevada, Reno, and there's also other opportunities to assist with government housing. So I just certainly have no solution. Oh, I have no solution, but there are many opportunities to benefit seniors throughout Nevada. So we as a group need to make that distinction. And that is my final word for today. Thank you.
And we are certainly happy to hear from you. Do we have any questions for Ms. Johnson? Carson City, any questions? Thank you for your report. At this time, we're going to address agenda item 10, discussion of future agenda items and possible meeting dates. Forum members, do you have any suggestions? Chair recognizes Mr.
Roger Trotham, District 18. After listening to today, and we've talked about this a little bit before, housing seems to be is a significant issue. I guess my concern is, one, all the things that we saw today, there is so much government money put into all of these programs. And I understand there is a concept in our nation of a little bit of a safety net thing, but I'm also a little bit concerned about, we keep dumping lots and lots of money into some of these things. A couple things today talked about, there are maybe some other things that this forum could support in maybe some of the regulation and policies, the bureaucracies, and some of the functions of government. We pay a lot of people in government jobs, and lots of times what it seems to me is that we push money, we hire people to push money to different people to do things. And I don't know how efficient some of that is in trying to help with this, because we do have a significant challenge with our older populations in housing. And I guess my comment would be is, I think if we do things on this, let's look at not only just dumping more money at it, but finding ways to make it more effective. So that money that is available and is provided by taxpayers, and that's the bottom line. I just turned in my tax reforms the other day, and it's astounding how much money that we do provide for a lot of these programs, but I don't know if a lot of it gets to the end of the row. And so as we go along with that, that's something I'm going to kind of look at a little bit, and I think we ought to have that discussion a little bit about that. It's a national issue. There's a lot of things going on. That's just some thoughts on this topic. I think housing is a good one to go with, because I think there's a lot of other things going along with that. That's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Troth. Forum members, do we have anybody else that wishes to speak on future topics? Mr. Thorne?
Yeah, Pat Thorne, District 12. I agree with Roger. I think we look at the revenue side and we keep going to the well maybe too many times. We need to look at the expense side somehow. And I know it's hard to cut government programs, I don't care if it's state or local or national, that are hard to cut. But we can be more efficient, and I think we need to focus on, I don't care what issue we pick, we need to find a way to make things more efficient, like you said. But I remember from the last meeting we had, we talked a lot about SNAP cards and EBT cards and things like that. And that it seems to me that there's an acceptable limit of 6% to 9% of either fraud, waste, or abuse. Somehow in there, money is not getting spent efficiently or appropriately. There's got to be ways that we can use that 6% or 9%, whatever it is, to get it back into the hands of the people that really need it. And I don't know how we attack that other than just maybe finding out how things are being done to make it more efficient. I don't know if it's the finance people within government with, the LCP or whatever, that are looking at that in ways of cutting down on the years. And I know that a lot of it has to do with you don't have enough people to go out there and manage these programs or enforce them or whatever it takes to, especially on the front side where you've got so many people who are in line waiting to receive benefits but can't get through the process because there aren't enough people to process them. But it seems to me if we did a better job somehow of doing the upfront eligibility issues and making them a lot more efficient, maybe that would help. Now, I know we talk about revenue, and it's going to be awfully hard to get any more revenue out of anybody, but it seems to me the gaming industry has some money that is on the table there. It seems to be some way that we should be able to entice those people to let go of maybe 0.5% gaming tax revenue. That would be roughly $60 million that could be spent somewhere. And if we can only tap into those kinds of funds, but I know that's a tough one to cross. So those guys are pretty well entrenched, hard to move, and they're very powerful. But if there's some way to get a little more revenue and be more efficient in how we do things, maybe we can make some progress. That's all I have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Thorne. We all realize that there are a host of issues that we could address, but we only have one bill. And so I would like to ask each and every one of our members, if possible, to reach out to Mr. Ashton if you have concerns or you have interests in any other bills that you would like for us to discuss. And please do it in a relatively short period of time so we can then begin to plan for our April meeting. Are there any other questions, concerns about our future topics at this time? Seeing none, let's look at our closing. Agenda item 11, public comment. I am opening our second public comment period. Public comment will be limited to 2 minutes per speaker. Forum members, please keep in mind that public comment is reserved for members of the public. When providing public concern and comments, clearly state and spell your name for the record. We will start with public comments from those in the physical meeting location and then move to public comments from anyone who has a call-in. Is there anyone in Carson City who would like to provide public comment? I don't see anyone at this time, so I'd like to move to Las Vegas. Is there anyone who would like to provide public comment? Seeing none, AVH, please add the first caller with public comment to the meeting. Briefly pause for delay in receiving any calls.
Thank you. To provide public comment, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue.
You're recognized.
Hello.
For
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the forum. Please let me know if I'm audible.
You are unmuted. Please proceed.
Thank you. My name is Jean Coquilla, Coquilla, a Nevada resident. Thank you for your service to older Nevadans, including seniors and veterans. I'd like to raise a concern affecting vulnerable residents living in homeowner association communities across our state. Nevada has over 55,000 residents living with Alzheimer's disease and roughly 219,000 veterans. There are about 3,900 HOA communities in Nevada covering more than 600,000 homes and condominiums where many seniors and veterans reside. Current law does not require documented acknowledgement of payments or compliance before enforcement actions escalate. For seniors experiencing cognitive decline, veterans with service-related disability, or caregivers coordinating finances, communications breakdowns can turn small issues into serious enforcement matters that place home equity at risk, particularly in a non-judicial foreclosure state. In some cases, communication options are limited, and some associations do not accept electronic correspondence. In one instance, an 89-year-old veteran living with Alzheimer's received a $10,000 maintenance enforcement demand despite documented compliance. Approximately 29,000 HOA notices of default were recorded in Clark County from 2020 to 2025, not including liens, violations, notices, or escalating fees. Several states, including California, Florida, Texas, Colorado, Utah, Maryland, Washington, and North Carolina, have enacted reforms to improve transparency, notice procedures, homeowner protections, while Minnesota and Arizona are currently considering similar measures. And it's not about weakening HOA authority, it's about ensuring communication. And I would like to respectfully ask the forum to consider further reviews of this issue. Written materials have been submitted, and I'd be happy to provide any assistance, additional information. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
There are no additional callers for public comment at this time.
Thank you. Our last agenda item, number 12, is adjournment. This concludes our meeting for today. Our next meeting will be held on Thursday, April 23rd, 2026, starting at 10 a.m. The meeting is now adjourned.